Big goals, that's right.
I think that's on a need to know basis.
Oh, definitely, yes.
It is 8:30. Time to start the meeting. Thank you.
I call our June 22nd, 2022 hybrid meeting of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to order. Please join me in singing a pledge of allegiance to our great country.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board, I welcome each of you today to our meeting. Please know there is sometimes a delay in the broadcast and it's easy to talk over each other. Make sure your computer or tablet is up and running and you are able to turn your mute on and off when you are not talking. I will ask you to mute if there is any background noise. Board members, please ask for the floor when you want to speak and get recognized. Also, motions will be made slower so Kari can make sure who made them. Remember to state your name when doing so. Kari also will interrupt the meeting if she is not certain as to who is making the motion, etc. Staff presenters via Zoom, please make sure your Zoom is muted and your video is turned off until I announce your item. Once your item or items are completed, please exit the meeting. The meetings are televised live via YouTube, and we especially want to welcome and thank our viewers for tuning in. Public testimony is welcome at each and every regularly scheduled NRB meeting. The transparency of our meetings and the ability for the public to testify or comment to us is the benchmark for how this board has operated for over 50 years. This meeting, we have one appearance via Zoom and one appearance in person. I would like to give special thanks to our technical and communications team. Christopher Tall for Zoom, Scott Miller for live webcast, Madeline Alder for sound, Jeff Marginal, and Chris Welch for ensuring all board information is available online for the public, and the DNR's Office of Communications for streaming this meeting on the department's YouTube channel, and for managing press releases, newsletters, social media, and more, all to keep the public informed. Carly Zimmerman is our Wisconsin Congress liaison who helps us work with our longstanding partners dealing with our natural resources. I also would like to thank Gloria Ross, our new retired NRB board liaison, for providing the link between public staff and sometimes ourselves. And law enforcement, Nick Majewski. Chief Casey Krieger and his warden teams will, well, it goes without saying, your staff's ability to protect our resources along with our board members, staff, and public safety speaks for itself. I would like to thank DNR Secretary Preston Cole, Deputy Secretary Sarah Berry, Assistant Deputy Secretary Stephen Little, Chief Legal Counsel Cheryl Heilman, and all department staff for their participation today in making presentations. Your time is valuable and we respect that. Lastly, we would also like to thank the 2,200 permanent employees and 1,477 limited term employees of the Department of Natural Resources for the continued commitment and tireless work for the Department of Natural Resources and all the citizens of this great state. Board members, any questions or comments? Kari, please take the roll.
Here.
William Bruins.
I said here.
Oh.
No.
Sharon Adams. Here. Mary Hilgenberg.
Here.
Marcy West. Here. William Smith.
Here.
Dr. Frederick Frame.
Here.
Eric Kazmierski.
Here. All right. So first order of business. Move to approve the agenda.
Second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay.
Second.
Second, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Any discussion on that one? So we're going to start with 4A. Request adoption of germane modifications to Board Order WA 1119, proposed rules of revised chapter NR 500, 502, and 520, and create chapter NR 530 for the purpose of implementing electronics recycling programs requirements. Kate Storm is here, and she's the solid waste section chief. Go ahead, Kate.
Yeah, good morning, Chair Kazmierski and Secretary Cole and board members. I'm Kate Strum-Hirons, our Recycling and Solid Waste Section Chief in our Waste and Materials Management Program. And I do have 2 items here for you today. Always try to do this a little bit. There we go. The first one is a request for your approval of germane modifications to WA 11-19. The board actually approved this rule related to electronics recycling and the Wisconsin e-cycle program in October of 2021. It was approved by the governor and submitted to the state legislature in November 2021. And then while the rule was under review by the Joint Committee for Review of Administrative Rules, that committee expressed concerns with 2 provisions of the proposed NR 530 related to e-cycle Wisconsin program. So in April of this year, the department recalled the proposed rule to make germane modifications to address those concerns. Very few changes were made, and the rule's purpose still remains the same as noted on the slide, to reduce environmental and health risks when managing electronics waste, and to codify and make improvements to the e-cycle Wisconsin program, which would benefit consumers and also level the playing field for electronics for our e-cycle Wisconsin program participants. So as marked in red in your rule packet, the following germane modifications were made. We deleted a list of devices that meet the definition of a computer peripheral, and that's because computer peripheral is actually already defined in chapter 287, and the committee asked us to remove that so we didn't have any confusion between the statute or broadening of that definition in code. And we can still rely on that definition that's in statute. And if we get any questions from our stakeholders, just work directly with them. So not a major change for us. The other change, we added a note to clarify that code language applies only to retailers meeting the existing definition of 287.17 in Wisconsin statutes. We also changed the word shall to may in section 530.112. And that change just means that retailers may or may not take certain steps to comply with customer education requirements for how electronics can be collected and recycled. And that means things like printing that information on receipts or posting it in their stores or online. We also deleted NR 530.112B, which was a requirement for retailers to provide training to their employees about electronics recycling and the landfill ban requirements. The committee was concerned about our authority to require this and just the feasibility for small retailers to conduct this training. So those are the changes we made, and I just request your approval of WA 1119, which afterwards we would resubmit to the legislature again. And based on their schedule, it's likely that they would take this rule up again next January, and hopefully the rule would be implemented by next spring of 2023. Sarah Murray is our e-cycle program coordinator, who's also here today. So if you have any questions, she or I could try to answer those.
Move to approve.
Second. All in favor?
Can I ask a question?
Got some questions?
Can you explain to the board exactly what level 3 impact means from a financial standpoint to small business? Small businesses have had a lot of impacts recently. So what does this mean?
Trying to think level 3 impact. Can you explain or describe where that is on there?
Well, it's on the front sheet. It says the rule is expected to have a minimal level 3 impact on small business.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks. That is kind of how we put in the different categories of what the impact would be. I believe that's less than 50,000 for the year, that level 3 for small businesses.
Would that be per business?
I think overall with the rule, and I might ask Sarah to come up just to clarify, because I don't recall that part at the moment, if that's okay, that Sarah could join us. So,
Yes.
there you go.
Yeah, so the economic impact statement hasn't changed. It is a very minimal impact on small businesses. I think I'm not sure the economic impact statement is in this packet, but it's for businesses that would need to obtain a solid waste processing license, some small one-time fees, I think generally around $1,000 or less per business, and some maybe minimum ongoing costs, not paid to the department, but in order to maintain the owner financial responsibility, it might be a small maintenance of a couple $100 a year. So if I recall, it was we're expecting there maybe being about 20 or 25 small businesses that would need to obtain a license from the department. There would be no fee for the license, but there might be some associated costs. So I think, again, that level 3 is just a category, but it's a very small impact expected on a small number of businesses.
Any other questions? Sharon?
And this is a point of, thank you. This is a point of clarification. Where are the distribution of the processing centers? When you look statewide, where do you find most of them located?
So for electronics recyclers in the state, there's the largest facilities, they're distributed around the state. The biggest 2 in the state are in the Janesville area and the La Crosse area. There's smaller ones, in the Madison area, Fox Valley area, a couple other places in the state, and then smaller operations, mostly more dismantling computers, I would say, distributed around the state. Does that answer your question?
Partially. So do you see them distributed? What is the process for applying for a distribution center? Do you watch for equity in terms of distribution for processing centers?
Up until now, we haven't had any licensing or permitting for electronics recyclers. And so it's just the ones that are part of the eCycle Wisconsin program that have been registered with us. When we have businesses that are looking to, or once we have the licensing requirement in place, we'll be communicating out to let folks know that this is a requirement and working with everybody. But we don't really play a role in choosing where businesses are, just because it's private businesses generally that are doing this.
But you can be aware of it as your department and report on it.
Right, yeah, we'll have a list of all the licensed electronics recyclers once the rule is in effect. We'll publicize that on our website. We'll be working with all those businesses to provide technical assistance. We had already started developing those technical assistance documents and working to communicate out to let folks know about the opportunities under the program.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all put in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 4B, scope statements, that the board approve the statement of scope for board order WA 13-21 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the legislative clearinghouse for proposed rules affecting chapter NR 500, 502, 542, 544 related to statewide materials recycling and effective recycling programs. And Kate, you're up again.
Still me? Yep. Well, thanks again. As you noted, I'm here to request your approval for the scope statement for WA 13-21 related to statewide materials recycling and effective recycling programs. Jennifer Summerall is our department's waste diversion and reduction coordinator. She was here to you guys a couple months ago, with an overview of Wisconsin's recycling law, and she's also here for any questions as well. We've looked into kind of updating this code and these areas of code for a while, but as noted on the green sheet, there was an evaluation done by the Legislative Audit Bureau a couple of years ago and kind of gave us the extra nudge to dedicate time towards this rulemaking. Just real brief background, Wisconsin's recycling law bans disposal or incineration of certain recyclable materials and requires that every municipality in the state, whether alone or cooperatively, operate a recycling program. And these are called responsible units or RUs. These municipalities implement and enforce effective recycling programs to ensure that residents and businesses comply with state and local recycling requirements. So this rule will take a look at all stages of that recycling program, including what RUs are required to enforce and report to the DNR, what criteria they have to meet to be considered an effective recycling program under statute and code. Also, what requirements are for haulers that transport those materials from the RUs to material recovery facilities. And then also looking at certain requirements for those material recovery facilities and how they self-certify and report to the department, and that they set aside funds for owner financial responsibility like other solid waste processors. And the rule will also review what is considered offering adequate recycling services that is currently not defined in our code, as well as review collection standards for per capita recycling amounts that RUs should be meeting. And we'll also be making general modifications and corrections and other modernizations to the code to reflect newer practices. We did hold a preliminary public hearing on the scope statement on June 6th, at which 19 people attended over Zoom. Only one person spoke in support of conducting the rulemaking. And at this time, I request your approval of the scope statement for WA 1321, and Jennifer and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Do I have a motion to start discussion?
So move.
Second. Any discussion?
Can we just,
Go ahead.
well, thanks. The outreach for stakeholders and businesses, they're the one organization as mentioned, but do you foresee, what's the stakeholder group going to be made up of? Or are you going to add extra outreach to the
Sure.
businesses?
Yeah, and definitely over time here, we'll set up some public meetings and work closely with ARO, as the Associated Recyclers of Wisconsin, that includes a lot of the people who would be affected by this rule. And we're looking at, there are, material recovery facilities that are run by private and public entities. And then all, like we've noted, RUs includes every municipality in the state. And we are already in contact with all those, have all those contacts for a lot of clerks at a lot of these RUs. And yeah, we'll try to get our word out as much as possible. We currently have almost monthly recycling updates that we send out to a listserv of several thousand people, and we'll keep that open to whoever wants to be involved.
Thank you. There's lots of opportunities, so hopefully we don't get surprises in the end.
Sure.
Bill?
I'd just like to say I'm particularly interested in item J under objectives. Evaluate and codify potential food waste reduction strategies. That is, in my mind, is such a huge issue that one person at a time, we could make a difference on that. And I see you got education listed there. That's going to be a big component, but I just want the public to be aware that that's a huge issue that we're facing today for our landfills. So.
That's great to hear you say that. We're definitely taking a stronger interest in that. We recently created a new webpage on how households can reduce their food waste. Focusing, we did a waste characterization study a couple of years ago and found that, yeah, food was is the largest component that's going to landfills. So that's definitely a big focus for us over the next few years to try to reduce that. So great.
And if I could just add the magazine.
Yes,
this
sure.
month too.
Good article.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. 4C, request that the board approve the statement of scope for board order DG 02-22 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the legislative rule clearinghouse for proposed rules creating chapter NR 854 related to state water supply service area planning for municipalities serving populations greater than 10,000 people. Adam Freihofer, did I get that? Did I butcher that?
No, you nailed it.
Okay.
Good job.
Water use section chief, thanks. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Chair Kazmierski, Natural Resources Board members, and Secretary Cole. My name is Adam Freihofer, and I am Chief of the Water Use Section within the Bureau of Drinking Water and Groundwater. This morning, I'm requesting your approval of the scope statement for DG-02-22 for proposed rules creating Chapter NR 854 related to statewide water supply service area planning. A water supply service area plan is a document communities use to conduct long-term planning and to demonstrate the public water supply system can supply adequate and sustainable water in the future. Under 281-348 of Wisconsin statute, public water supply systems serving a population of 10,000 or more are required to prepare a water supply service area plan by December 31st, 2025. The water supply service area requirements were part of Wisconsin's Great Lakes Compact implementation legislation. These requirements are Wisconsin specific. And it's important to note that this rule will not change or revise any component of the Great Lakes Agreement or Compact. Water supply service area plans are intended to be a practical planning process and are not intended to be or provide the level of detail involved in an engineering or facility plan. For communities that need or new or increased withdrawal from the Great Lakes, or those communities that apply for a new or increased diversion of Great Lakes water, department approval of their water supply service area plan is required. The proposed rule will contain the same plan requirements as specified in statute. For example, plan requirements noted include inventory of sources and quantity of water supply in the water supply area, forecast of water demands, including population projections, an identification of water supply options, and assessment of impacts of carrying out water supply service area plan. The proposed rule would also establish procedures and requirements for the public water supply systems to follow when preparing a water supply service area plan, including application requirements, public participation, submission of a plan to the department if required, approval of the plan by the department if required, and modifying a previously approved plan. This rule adds no new cost to the required plan and in fact may limit the cost of the plans by reducing the uncertainty with respect to the plan requirements. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thanks.
Prairie.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You emphasized the if required part. What determines the if required?
Great question. So recently there was statutory changes that were made through the legislature signed by Governor Evers. And that changed when a plan was required to have DNR approval and when it wasn't. The majority of plans will not require DNR approval. They are required to be done by December 31st, 2025 for all communities 10,000 or more. But it's really about if you're going to withdraw, have an increased or new withdrawal of Great Lakes water, or if you're going to have a new or increased diversion of Great Lakes water. Those are the instances where you need department approval. All other plans need to be completed, but do not need department approval. And that was a change that was made just recently in the legislature.
Thank you.
Doug?
So Adam, I have a question for you. Adam. You know, the public, when they sees this, they're immediately say, why are we doing this now? Case in point, I think about 10, 15 years ago that the state required well permits and well usage reports because of the Great Lakes Compact, even though the well usage reports that farmers have to do are statewide. You know, my operation went into the Mississippi River down the Gulf of Mexico. And we have, at this point in time, we still don't know what you're doing with those. Figuring how much water comes out of the ground that farmers use. Let's turn to what this one is. The state, some people are asking, why? What are you doing with the information? I can argue to the public when they call me is that what we're trying to gather information so we can predict water usage going forward off the Great Lakes. But answer to the public.
Sure.
You know, there's a reason that we're possibly passing regulation again. And the question the public has is, why is this necessary?
Sure. Thanks for the question. So these plans have to be done regardless. It's in statute, as you know, as part of the Great Lakes Compact implementation statute that went forward in 2008. Why are we putting together this rule? Well, it's communities. If you ask a community, why do I have to do this? Most communities are saying, we want to do this. There are certain communities, I would say in north central, maybe Wisconsin, where it's not water rich. So they're really thinking about where am I going to get our water if we're going to expand as a community, or if we want to bring in a new industry. Where are we going to get our water supply? So thinking about those things, they're going to do that anyways. There was the rub was, when do you need department approval? And again, that was something, that's why we're here now, and we're not here. Part of the reason we're here now and not here several years ago is because they wanted to fix some of those things in the statute, and we waited to move forward with the rule. So the idea with the rule is to just lay out, well, what's required in these plans and make sure it makes sense. So they're not doing anything extra, but they're doing things that make sense to the community in terms of planning for their future. So that's really what it's about. It's not about creating additional regulation. It's about being transparent about what's in a plan that you have to put together. And again, when we are looking at diversions of Great Lakes water, those are the ones that require DNR approval. And we ask those questions as part of the diversion application or a new withdrawal of Great Lakes water anyways. It's sometimes that people get frustrated because it's not clear. Well, DNR, you're coming back and asking us more information. If you would have just told us in the beginning what you needed. And that's the idea with this. It's like, we're just laying it out in the beginning. So if a community looks at it and says, oh, I think we can do this in-house, or we probably need to hire a consultant to do this, they'll know that up front because they'll know what the needs are.
So is this regulation only affects the Great Lakes compact water usage, or is this statewide?
This is statewide.
So once again, I ask the question why. I understand the reason, but like thing with the well usage permits, it doesn't go to the Great Lakes. That water source goes off to Western United States and Gulf of Mexico. I know it's prudent to do that, but why does the Great Lakes dictate what happens in La Crosse, Wisconsin?
So when we implemented that's the point here is certainly a valid one. When we implemented the Great Lakes Compact in 2008, there was parts that applied only to the Great Lakes Basin, and there was parts that applied to the entire state. And the water supply service area plans are not tied directly to diversions or the compact. It was implemented at the same time the compact legislation was. And so that's where the tie is. But the idea with that was that we were looking at water use through the state, so we could have a better handle on where there was issues, where we could be proactive, and the plans were thought to be an important step in doing that. And like I said, there are places where I think it's a really good idea to have some plans for the next 20 years.
I'm not arguing
for that.
I'm not arguing that. What I'm just saying is that it frustrates some Wisconsinites that under the auspices of the Great Lakes Compact, the whole state is required to do something. And I think for the sake of transparency, which we always keep hammering, why does the state just say we want this plan for the whole state? It makes sense. We know where the water is coming from municipalities over 10,000. Same thing with water usage for wells. It's like under this umbrella of Great Lakes Compact, the common person in Western Wisconsin goes, this is just a grab. They're taking that compact and trying to get more information on regulation. The rest of it doesn't really affect the compact at all. Why don't you separate it and or encompass it under a different umbrella?
And that's not something that can be done in rule. That would have to be something that's done in statute. And I think the step was the communities felt, at least the ones that I heard testify in the legislature, that the plans they felt were a good idea and they were going to be doing them anyways. If there was a separation, that could be done again in statute. The big issue I heard during the legislative change was we just didn't want to have to come into the department for approval on all of these. There were certain ones everyone felt that a department approval was really important for. The diversions, things in the basin like you're talking about, and a community like La Crosse said, well, we still want to do this plan, but we just don't want the department approval. Tell us what we should have in the plan and we'll do that. So that was their mindset. But yeah, ultimately would require statutory change to see that.
Thank you.
Yes.
Bill,
Doc, if I could add to this, I think you have to go back a step further. When the states surrounding the Great Lakes and the Great Lakes are the greatest source of fresh water in the world, they were looking out to the west at states that are pumping water out of the Ogallala Aquifer, which is diminishing and going, okay, so what are we going to do to protect the waters of the Great Lakes from outside entities wanting to come in with a big pipeline and pipe that water west? I think that's where this whole thing started. So the states surrounding the Great Lakes have certain rights to that water. And that's what's being fleshed out now.
Terry,
Adam, what happens if a municipality doesn't do a plan?
We haven't gone to that level of detail. Like I said, most of them that I've heard from, we estimate there's about 90 communities that meet that criteria. Most of them are saying, well, we're going to do this if there's and that's part of the process of public comment. If what's in the application, they can certainly comment like, we're not going to probably do that. We don't think that's necessary. We can work those things out. There are specific requirements of what is in an application when it requires DNR approval. And those are things, like I said, we're asking for anyways during a diversion application or a new withdrawal of Great Lakes water. So those are things that we have to require. But yeah, you're right. We have to work through that as part of the rulemaking process.
Thank you.
any further, Marcy?
I was just, do you need a motion to approve?
Yep.
Yep.
Asking
Move
for a
to approve
motion.
the scope.
Seconds, Sharon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. 4D, request that the board approve the statement of scope for board order DG 03-22 and conditionally approve the public hearing notice and notice of submittal of proposed rules to the legislative clearing rules for proposed rules creating chapter NR 851 for the management of diversions, transfer of water from the Great Lakes basins to outside of the Great Lakes basins and intra-basins transfers, including the application and review process and other related criteria. Adam, you're up again. Go
All right,
ahead.
we're efficient today. All right, thank you again, everyone. I'm requesting your approval on scope statement DG-03-22 for the proposed rule creating NR 851 related to the management of diversions and intrabasin transfers. This proposed rule comes out of the Wisconsin Great Lakes Compact implementing legislation, which regulates diversions and intrabasin transfers of water from the Great Lakes Basin. A diversion in this context is defined as a transfer of water from the Great Lakes Basin to the Mississippi River Basin via pipe, canal, tanker truck, etc., and an intrabasin transfer of water from one Great Lakes Basin watershed to another. For example, water transferred from the Lake Superior Basin to the Lake Michigan Basin, as defined by the Great Lakes Compact. The Great Lakes Compact and Agreement is a formal agreement ratified by the United States Congress in 2008 and serves as an agreement for the states and provinces to collectively manage water quantity in the Great Lakes. Wisconsin implements the Great Lakes Compact through Wisconsin Statute 281.346. With the Great Lakes Compact bans diversions of Great Lakes water out of the Great Lakes Basin with limited exceptions. These exceptions allow either a community that straddles the subcontinental divide or a community within a county that straddles the subcontinental divide to apply to the DNR to divert water for public water supply purposes. To date, the DNR has worked with applicants on a case-by-case basis to review these applications. The purpose of the proposed diversion rule is to clearly define the application requirements and the DNR's review processes for the Great Lakes diversion applications. The proposed rule would outline how to apply for a diversion application or how to apply for a diversion or intrabasin transfer. Public participation requirements, annual reporting requirements as part of the diversion approval, and how to modify an existing diversion or intrabasin transfer approval. This proposed rule would add no new costs to the diversion application process and may limit the costs of the applications by reducing the uncertainty with respect to application requirements. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions you might have. Thank you.
So move. Support.
Second. And any discussion? None? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 4E, request approval of the 2022-2032 Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan. Elena Gerardis, wildlife biologist. Did I get that name right?
Close.
Close?
It's Elena Garrett's.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Kazmierski, Secretary Cole, and members of the Natural Resources Board. My name is Elena Garrett. I am a wildlife biologist, and I am also the lead planner for Wisconsin's Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan. When forming this plan, we gathered a diverse group of stakeholders with both internal staff from various bureaus, as well as several external groups, including Dane County Conservation League, Portage County, Pheasants Forever, Wisconsin Potato and Vegetable Growers Association, Bird Dog Forestry Consulting, Wisconsin Society for Ornithology, Central States Field Trial Club, Wisconsin's Greenfire, Grassworks, and Wisconsin Conservation Congress. So although I was the lead planner on this team, I was blessed with a lot of really smart people who've been working on prairie chickens for decades. For a brief primer on prairie chicken biology and natural history, prairie chickens were once abundant in all counties of the state. They benefited from the great cutover that occurred in the late 1800s when Europeans came and settled the state and cut our large timber tracts and converted them to family-based agricultural operations, and they did well for a long time. Unfortunately, in recent decades, they've declined precipitously in their population numbers. Prairie chickens are a very area sensitive species. So even though one prairie chicken might only use 1 or 2 square miles of habitat in its lifetime, it really requires tens of thousands of acres of contiguous grassland habitat to have a thriving self-sustaining population. They're a grassland obligate species, so they don't do well with other habitat types. As I mentioned, in the last couple of decades, they have declined pretty sharply. And you can see that on the graph there on the right. That is our LEC surveys from 1950 on to 2019, showing a decline, especially in the last few decades. And the major reason for this decline is habitat loss. And those threats include intensive row crop agriculture. There was a land cover analysis that was conducted using WISC-LAND data, which is satellite imagery, looking at data from 1993 to 2013, so fairly recently. Within central Wisconsin, we've seen a 10% decline in grassland cover and a nearly 20% increase in row crop cover in that same time period. We've also seen increased tree growth and forestation within central Wisconsin, and urban development has been a threat on this landscape. Our 3 core populations of prairie chickens exist today in Buena Vista, Leola, and Paul J. Olson wildlife areas. An internal DNR team formed in 2020, and we started drafting a first draft of this management plan. This management plan was unique in that it presented 4 options for future management with varying levels of resources required with expected outcomes. Once we had a rough draft of what these options looked like, we took it to our external advisory committee in 2021 and worked on it with those folks for about a year. And once we had a first draft with those options, which I'll talk about in the next slide, we conducted a public comment period, and we kicked that off with a virtual open house that started in January. And at the highest point of attendance, we had about 80 members of the public that were involved. We talked about the key parts of the plan, current threats to the species, things like that. And this virtual open house was coupled with press releases and social media posts to let folks know that there was a written comment opportunity. And we received quite a few comments, 365 in total, via emails and letters from the public. So as I said, that first draft was unique. It was different than some of our other wildlife management plans, and that we presented those 4 options, and we like to call it a choose your own adventure plan. And the first option asked for a high level of resources, and it had very lofty goals for permanent protections, including acquisitions, easements, and private lands programs. And options 2 and 3 were more middle of the road, and option 4 presented complete discontinuation of prairie chicken specific management led by the department. As you can see with the chart on the right, there was an outpouring of public support in favor of alternative or option 1. And there was just a smattering of public comments in favor of the other options. So after the public comment period, the advisory committee met up again, and we started forming a final draft. And considering public comment and advisory committee input, we did decide to use alternative 1 as a basis for the future management plan, but we drastically scaled back the focus and the overall scale of the plan, reducing our acreage goals, eliminating translocations, and just really laser focusing the investments that we had to make on the species. So the overarching goal of this final draft is to prevent state extirpation of the species, and consider that grassland habitat is extremely important in central Wisconsin. And although this plan focuses on prairie chickens, they are what we call an umbrella species. So managing for their habitat will also help a host of other game and non-game species on the landscape. They'll also, more grassland in the habitat will also help with things like soil health, water quality, and quantity. And we also wanted to again acknowledge that there is a large segment of the public that is in support of seeing this species conserved into the future. So we landed on 4 key actions for future management, which I'll get into a little bit more detail of each of these in the next slides. The first goal of highest priority would be to increase grassland habitat management on our state managed lands, focusing especially on those 3 properties where our core populations exist, which includes Buena Vista, Paul J. Olson, and Leola wildlife areas. We would like to accomplish this by increasing our woody vegetation removal and control through prescriptions like brush mowing, herbicides, and prescribed fire. We'd like to increase the ability to conduct conservation grazing on our properties, including installing infrastructure that may be necessary to complete that. And we'd like to add capacity to expand our habitat management and develop private lands initiatives. So explore different staffing options and contract hires that may be available in the future. The next key action would be to continue our surveys, develop research priorities, and expand education and information. We have been conducting LEC surveys since 1950 in central Wisconsin, and we would like to continue collecting this historic data set and also make sure that our protocol is standardized and these surveys are as effective and efficient as possible. We'd like to increase our involvement in education and outreach with partner groups, including potentially being more involved with viewing opportunities, potentially hosting things like producer workshops or pasture walks. The next key action is permanent lands protections via acquisitions and easements. We are asking for a 4,000 acre goal for this, and for reference, the first draft of alternative 1 asked for 12,500 acres for permanent lands protections. And that was based on using the whole entire central Wisconsin grassland conservation area as a basis, which is pictured in the map on the left. It's outlined in red, and the project boundary for this is actually going to be proposed for edits in the Central Sands Master Plan, which I believe will be coming to the NRB in the near future. But for the focus of this plan, we would like to use the map on the right as a focus area. So what little resources we can gather, we would like to really laser focus and make sure that we're getting the best bang for our buck on those. So the highest priority would be areas within our existing project boundaries of Buena Vista, Leola, and Paul J. Olson. The next would be to try and connect the corridor between Buena Vista and Leola. And then the third would be areas directly adjacent to Paul J. Olson to the north there. The last key action would be a 4,000 acre goal for private lands initiatives. So first, we would like to collaborate with our partner groups that we already have, that already exist. One example would be our Farm Bill biologists in central Wisconsin, helping them to enroll more landowners in conservation programs like CRP. And should additional outside funding be secured, we would like to create some new state-led programs. And I'll go through those briefly here. The first would be to establish a state easement program and subsidize CRP enrollment. So CRP rental rates are lower than they have been historically, and we'd like to create a program that sort of sweetens the pot for those who enroll in that effective program. The second would be to receive assistance from a statewide private lands coordinator. This would be a joint effort between the Bureaus of Natural Heritage Conservation and Wildlife Management. And Wildlife Management has identified this as a priority in the strategic plan. The third would be to establish a landowner incentive for converting marginal cropland to grassland. And this would really focus on central Wisconsin and provide 5, 10, up to 15-year contracts based on what the producer would like to see. The fourth would be to create a grass bank program. So working with people who graze nearby these properties and ask them if they would like to come onto state land and graze our property. Well, that will provide habitat management for state lands, but also potentially providing nest refugia on nearby private lands. And the fifth would be to prioritize tree and brush removal along roads and fence rows, which will eliminate predator purchase for aerial predators and also create that visual open landscape that's very important to this area sensitive species. So there are many other components in this plan, including biology, natural history, threats to the species. There's a long research section as well, but I wanted to focus today especially on those key actions for future management. So with that, I will take any questions that you all have for me.
Speakers, right? Are there a couple speakers for this?
Yeah, I believe there is. Do we want to do that, or did you want to do the questions first? All right. Can you come back up and we'll do the public speakers?
Absolutely.
All right. So Rodney Walter from Madison, representing the Nature Conservancy.
Good morning. I'm Rodney Walter. I'm the Director of Habitat Protection for the Nature Conservancy, based in our office in Madison, Wisconsin. And thank you for the opportunity to testify today in support of the department's proposed 2022 to 2032 Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan. Although the Greater Prairie Chicken is currently listed as state threatened in Wisconsin, it once was found in all 72 counties, and it remains an iconic bird of great interest to researchers, and it's unforgettable to any members of the general public who've been fortunate enough to have witnessed the Greater Prairie Chicken's annual breeding displays. Given the dramatic declines in habitat and Greater Prairie Chicken populations, it's critical that we all work together to maintain and, if possible, increase the vitality of the Wisconsin population. And the Nature Conservancy is very pleased to see that doing so is a priority for the department. And we support the decision to focus the resources and staff time on areas of central Wisconsin where the bird currently exists and has some reproductive success. We support improving habitat on lands already owned and managed by the department, improving public awareness and research efforts, and acquiring key tracts of land that will enlarge and improve existing habitat areas. Without diminishing our support for the proposed management plan, we would like to see the department able to do even more. The Nature Conservancy believes the success of the proposed plan will depend a great deal on the availability of staff resources to implement the proposed work. We strongly encourage having a clear point person on staff to make sure the work is prioritized and to advocate that a fair share of the department's limited resources are available to implement the work that's outlined in the plan. And the Nature Conservancy fully supports the proposed management plan and thanks you for the opportunity to share our support with you.
Thank you, Rodney. Sharon Schwab, representing Dane County Conservation League. Sharon, are you there?
Just a minute, please. Yes, sir. 1 minute, please. Thank you very much. Oh, can you see me? I guess not. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. I think that. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chairman Kazmersky, Secretary Cole, and distinguished members of the board. My name is Sharon Schwab, and I'm the president of the Dane County Conservation League, a conservation league in Wisconsin that has been here since 1933. We have a long and storied history in partnership with the Department of Natural Resources, and we are very pleased to lend our support to this, to the Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan. We hope and expect you will act today in support of this plan, which is scientifically based, expertly written, has received input from biologists, wildlife managers, advisors, etc., from around the state, and most importantly, has received more than 350 letters or motions of support, a record. We, Dane County Conservation League, has been a pivotal player in the preservation of the greater prairie chicken of Wisconsin, and we are excited to see that continue. Paul J. Olson, one of our founders, helped to secure the initial lands in is what now the Paul J. Olson Wildlife Area, lands that were purchased by DCCL and then donated to the Department of Natural Resources. In the 1950s, in concert with Doctors Fred and Fran Hammerstrom, we purchased more than 5,000 acres in what is now the Buena Vista Wildlife Area, one of the largest grassland areas east of the Mississippi River. And these are managed in concert. These private lands are managed in concert with the Department of Natural Resources to this day. And we're excited that we can continue to hunt, trap, fish, etc. on these private lands in concert with public lands, again, for the benefit of the greater prairie chicken of Wisconsin. Some years ago, we helped to purchase an additional 900 acres in the Buena Vista Wildlife Area for the purpose of greater prairie chicken management to the tune of $100,000. And we are now poised, along with the Nature Conservancy that just spoke, to help acquire land in Loyola Wildlife Area, something that is coming up later on your agenda. Your actions today must be consistent with our 100-year lease agreements that are held with the Department of Natural Resources. And these lease agreements are to manage for the purpose of preserving and protecting the nesting and rearing habitat of the greater prairie chicken of Wisconsin. These lease agreements are held in trust with the department for this purpose. And as Elena mentioned, it's not just about prairie chickens. It's about other grassland obligates and other threatened species, whether you're talking about Hensel's sparrows or short-eared owls or harriers and the like. We are very excited to see this plan come forward, a plan not been forward since 2014. It's a great plan. And recent field reconnaissance of our private lands, of DCCL lands, next to DNR lands, have shown, as after a field reconnaissance review by NRCS, USDA, NRCS, that these lands are being appropriately managed. So we're excited that we can continue this management. Last but not least,
wrap it up?
Oh, yes. Last but not least, I'll mention that we have continued to support financial support for management of these lands up to $25,000 a year, and have purchased equipment for the management of these lands as well. We are poised to continue our support, and we're very excited about your support today. Thank you.
Sharon. All right, any questions or discussion? Elena's back there if we have some questions.
Hi.
Bill, go ahead.
Yeah, number of questions and concerns here. Did you ever hear of a guy by the name of Mel Potter?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he took me on a tour of the Buena Vista area a number of years ago. And he had a great vision for how the farmers could work with the department in developing proper habitat on this that was recently purchased property. So can you give us at that point, there was very little being done. Can you give us an indication on what do you have now? 30-some thousand acres that you control?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's about that. Yep.
Okay, so of that 30-some thousand acres, how many of those acres are suitable habitat today for the prairie chicken?
I would say a large portion of it, a majority of it. Our highest priority in this plan is to continue working towards making all of that suitable habitat.
Now you say a large, I'd like you to be a little more specific than that. What percent of that 30-some thousand acres is suitable habitat for the prairie chicken?
I don't have an exact number off the top of my head. I would have to refer to the plan again. To go forward, the plan and the the focus of the plan for brush management on our state managed properties is to make sure that 20% or less of that area is covered by brush that is 6 feet tall or higher. So that's what we're working towards, and we're not too far from that now. So maybe 70%, I would say, is suitable in that realm.
So there has been progress made. Tell me a little bit more about what does your conservation grazing look like?
Yeah, so we already have some agreements with local grazers where they come on and they'll come during the spring and the summer, and they'll graze their cattle. And it's basically a little different than continuous grazing. So a majority of grazing we see is where the cattle are stocked and then they're left there for the entire growing season. And with conservation grazing, based on each independent site, you'll have different prescriptions for how often you're moving the cattle around. And that creates different types of habitat structure. So the prairie chicken requires grass and forbs, but they require different kinds of grass and forbs. So for example, when they're in their mating season, they like to have really short grass so that they can have high visibility and see their mates when they're displaying. But then close to those lek sites, they also need to have taller forbs, taller grasses, more weeds that produce things like insects for their broods. So protein. So there's different structures that they require, and moving those cattle periodically throughout the growing season creates different structures in that habitat.
Okay, so would you agree that cattle are a key to creating and maintaining proper habitat?
Yeah, they're definitely a tool in the toolbox.
So can you give us an idea on this 30-some thousand acres? How many cattle do you have grazing on how many acres?
That I don't know, Eric. I don't know if you know that off the top of your head.
Not many.
Eric Wilbner.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Mr. Bowalda says hi.
Fantastic, Bruce.
Bruce's son.
Yeah, perfect. So getting to your point, we've been increasing the number of cattle that we have on the property almost every year. Over the last 5 years, we've been increasing the number of acres that we have grazed. I was just looking up the exact number. I want to say we're trying to approach 4,000 acres that are grazed. But I don't have that exact number, but I can get that for you.
Okay, and has that proven to be a successful program?
Absolutely. The benefit that we have right now is that we've been getting a lot of great guidance. We have a conservation ag specialist that is focused in on grazing, has been providing us guidance that is on staff, and Mary C. Anderson, and she's been working really closely with a wide variety of different groups, whether it's the Grassworks or our local NRCS folks as well.
So on that 4,000 acres, have you been able to identify an increased number of prairie chickens?
Well, I can share this, that we don't look necessarily on each individual property, but we have seen an increase specifically on Buena Vista. Our numbers, the results actually just came in, I think it was as of yesterday. We have seen a rebound in our prairie chicken population on Buena Vista in particular. And
where you've done the grazing.
Right, exactly. And again, we're not looking specifically at those grazing fields because, as Elena mentioned,
well, yeah,
it's a whole variety of mixed habitat of different vegetative heights that are so critical for prairie chickens.
But in the areas that you've been grazing,
yes,
you are starting to see a difference.
Yep. We just started to on Paul Olson. I want to say 3 years ago, don't hold me to that, but somewhere in that realm. And so right there, we're holding our own, but we haven't necessarily seen an increase as of yet.
And then if I may, you mentioned that in your new plan that you're gonna hope to develop a grass bank program. Do you currently have one?
Not really, no. What we want to do is work more closely with those private landowners that are adjacent to the property to try and provide more of a broader distribution of grassland heights. So what we've seen on some of those grassland areas, there is maybe a little bit heavier grazing than what we would like to see for adequate production outside of the booming period, the breeding period. So if we can get a little bit better height or more of a distribution of vegetation height on those other properties, it's going to help us distribute those birds a little bit more adequately.
Have you ever heard of the Bureau of Land Management? It's a federal government program that controls huge tracts of land out west, and it's a very symbiotic relationship between the private sector and the federal government, and I'm thinking that what you're trying to create here is something similar to that.
I think that's fair to say.
So one of the problems I have with your plan is that you're wanting to expand your territory and you still haven't completed creating the proper habitat on the land that already exists. Can you justify that?
I would say, Bill, in your particular comment, where we're seeing prairie chickens right now is on the DNR properties. So to say that our management isn't adequate, I would maybe question that a little bit, because where we are seeing the remnants of that prairie chicken population is on our DNR managed lands. The challenge with grassland species and grassland in general is that when you look at a private landscape, it is difficult at times as a previous private land biologist, working with private landowners and having grassland habitat sustained on their properties long-term is a challenge, right? It's easier at times to be able to develop a wetland and a wetland restoration.
You need farmers to be committed long-term.
Yep.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And that landscape has been changing, right? You know, where we've been seeing a lot more intensive row cropping, center pivot irrigation. And so that private landscape around there is really got to be a focus area for the success of the prairie chickens. And that's why you see a lot of components of private lands management within this plan. Is it going to be something easy? Not necessarily, but you know what, we want to rededicate our time and energy to take a look at this, to see what we can do to, you know, see, like I said, this year, I don't want to read too much into it, but we did see a little bit of a bump in the increase in prairie chicken populations, and see what we can do to expand them a little bit more.
And just one more, then I'm done. Your draft, in the last 10 years, the number of prairie chickens had just gradually declined. And that's pretty much all the board sees from year to year is the current population. I would hope that going forward, the department would issue updates on your entire plan and where you are in the process. You can't give me an accurate number today of what percent of the land is habitat developed, you know, and I think that's going to be critical to the success going forward.
Yeah. So as Elena mentioned, you know, 20% is one of those numbers that's been identified for preserving. You don't want to impact more than 20% of the nesting habitat during the nesting season. And so that's one of those areas that we're working to try and manage that as we move around the habitat work that we do on that larger complex.
I've just got a couple of things to say about this. This subject runs pretty deep with me personally. And when I think it's the first year on the board, I questioned the prairie chicken plan that was in place, and I invited the board down, and many members came down and we toured it. Were you there at that time or not?
No.
So what we saw was a lot of land that we own. We saw a crew that had their heart and soul into it. I see this master plan. I see there's a heart and soul in this master plan. The question I asked 5 years ago was, are we doing the right thing? Should we continue to do this? Because this is tax dollars. This is policy. Should we continue to prop up the prairie chicken population in the state? And if so, for what purpose? For a show that we can have tours on, educate people on? Do we prop up the prairie chicken population to have a hunt someday? And I waited for 5 years for that. In the meantime, as years go by, I've talked to a lot of local ranchers, grazers. And when you go out west hunting, which I do quite often, where I see prairie chickens, I see cattle. Always in the same shot. And I talked to ranchers down here, and people think that ranchers have a completely diametrically opposed viewpoint of what they want to do with the land that they lease. And I take offense to that, because these ranchers would love, as Eric said, put quality capital into that land for a long-term lease. Everyone I talked to would do it. Put in a sprinkler system, put in water, et cetera, to make that quality grassland. And everyone said they don't want to just graze their cows in one spot and take it down to nubbins. They realize that there's a program in place. However, when I was down there, this is what I witnessed. I witnessed the DNR mowing 5-10 acres at a time, a little patch of ground. I noticed 40-acre fencing up in a row, and the cattle were being, Olympically marathon through this fencing. And all the ranchers said, this is ridiculous. They're losing more weight than they're putting on. And I saw a complete disaster of a plan being implemented, in my opinion. And I think the graph shows the prairie chicken decline. I was probably pretty much on. So I'm sitting as a board member wondering, you know what, do we just doubling down, doing the same thing with this plan? Or are we actually going to change the course of the prairie chicken in Wisconsin? Because I'm not certain this plan does that. I think a key component of this plan should be a long-term relationship with the rancher to stop putting in the pivot systems for row crops, to graze cattle for them, and to have a long-term solution for the prairie chicken. Now, we can blame the row croppers, we can blame climate change, we can blame all this stuff. The bottom line is, in the 40s and 50s and 60s, there were a ton of prairie chickens running around that area. And there was cattle running around all that area as well. So if we sit here and deny the fact that the relationship between cattle and prairie chickens should maybe be, a minor part of it, is bunk. It has to be a major part of it for that to be successful, because there's a lot more private land than there is DNR land. The predation isn't even acknowledged in this master plan. That is the top area for coyote hunters to go. They can get 10 to 15 coyotes in a weekend down there. There are coyotes all over that grassland because it is prime hunting for the coyote. And the coyotes eat prairie chickens, folks. That's what they do. Nothing in this plan addresses predator. What are we going to do about it? I understand your different areas and habitat. When I drive down there, which I did 3 weeks ago, and I drove through that land top to bottom, you do have woody plants, not just on the roads. They are up 6 to 8 feet all over the place. And so I question, obviously, the first option of $24 million, the majority of people like that one. But is the department committed to spend $24 million on prairie chickens? I don't think so. If so, then speak up.
Yeah.
Option 2 and 3 and 4 were mediocre. I mean, minor. And in fact, the one option, just let it go and see what nature does, was probably just as benefit as option 2, 3, and 4. So you guys put a hybrid together. I'm not convinced the hybrid is going to do it. I'm not convinced the hybrid puts in the rancher as part of the major part of the success of this land down there to help manage all the 30,000 acres. And they aren't going to put money into it unless they have a lease that fits them. And then they will put in irrigation, and you will find grasslands that you haven't seen in a hell of a long time in Buena Vista. I don't know if I can support it. I think this plan should address seriously whether the state has the capital and the desire and the belly to make the prairie chicken a viable game species in Wisconsin. If not for hunting, which I doubt will ever happen, but certainly so we don't have to sit there on pins and needles wondering if we're going to go extinct next year, like we have in one of the parks. I believe you're gone, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to sit here in 10 years and spend whatever dollars of tax money and see 3 or 4 more of those graphs going down extinct. If we're going to actually stay involved in the prairie chicken development of the state, we have got to be in it. We have to be in it with money. We have to be in it with desire. The staff has to be appropriately, and when the staff is there, they have to be doing stuff that makes sense. Because when I was down there, it was a joke. Mowing around on 5 and 10 acre plots. I mean, you saw what they did, what went on. That's not going to do it. You might as well not do anything. It's a massive undertaking to restore a species. It's not like turkey. Just put them in there and hope that they go. Prairie chickens are delicate and demanding of the right kind of habitat. And I don't want anybody blaming, when this lady from Dane County said, oh, it's this big success rate. I went, it is. You call that a success rate down there? Maybe you've got grassland that's not developed into pivot farms, but it isn't a success rate for prairie chicken. Somebody needs to really take a cold, hard look, and I was hoping this plan would do that. And say, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do this, 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 and this. It's gonna cost this much, this much, this much, and here's our projections. As Bill said, he asked questions today, which if you can't answer that question ahead of this thing, we have no business going to the next level. We have to know exactly what our habitat looks like, how much private is making a habitat, how many leases we have exactly to the acreage, and what kind of leases are they? Is it ones that promote prairie chickens and promote cattle? I don't know. I sat and think, well, what do we do with this plan? Just approve it, and then 10 years go by, and we have the next try at trying to maintain it. Do we make the plan so we have to fund it? If so, when the department's committed, they're going to fund it. Because right now, the grouse management plan hasn't gone anywhere in 3 years. Just sitting there. Somebody got it all done, put it on the shelf. This is going to be the same thing. We're going to pass this plan. Let's say, oh, we got the next 10 years figured out. Put on a shelf. Without money, plans mean nothing. You have an opportunity in Buena Vista. You have 30,000 acres. We are contemplating buying it, a lot more, the next agenda item. We're teeing up an opportunity to make prairie chicken successful. Is the department committed to the financial part of that? If so, how much? Like that question answered. Let's start there. Is the department committed to funding the plan to put the management to kind of status quo? Dig more into your hybrid plan. How much is it going to cost? And what's the commitment level of the department if this thing gets passed today?
Thank you. I do
I'm
apologize.
sorry, but you're in the front, you're in the podium.
Oh, no, I understand. I do apologize for not having those figures off the top of my head. They are in the plan. They're detailed in the plan, exactly how many levels, acres of habitat that we're manipulating every year. So I do apologize for not having that ready. I would agree with you on many of the things that you said. I think that grazing and cattle are extremely important, as well as the other private lands initiatives in this plan. And we do have cost estimates included in the back of the plan as well for those private lands initiatives. And you hit the nail on the head. The landscape has changed. There's not as many cattle grazers there anymore. And we do need their help, and we need to partner with them. So I agree.
Terry.
Thank you. Alana, I applaud you on your plan. I mean, the detail of it is substantial. What my concerns are, or some of what Doc has mentioned, is financial commitment to achieve the plan. So I'm not certain how the chicken or the egg comes here. Because if, in fact, the department, I mean, if we're just passing a plan just for the sake of passing a plan, that's one thing. But what's the level of commitment? The way I read this, we're going to need to hire some more people, staff-wise, in order to even think about starting this plan. And then we also have to change our mode of operandi as it relates to our negotiations with these farmers and ranchers that all want to have a long-term commitment if they're going to put any money in the deal. So I don't know if that's in your ballywag or not, to be able to tell us, yeah, that's what the department is wanting to do, because otherwise, why would we advance a plan if in fact we're not making that commitment? My concern is that we've been having a diminishing number of people in the wildlife program over the last several years. How do we turn that around to say now either we're going to take some people in other areas and move them into prairie chicken country? Or are you going to be able to negotiate to get more people?
Yeah, I think that's an excellent question. I think it's necessary too. I'm just a wildlife biologist, so funding questions I would have to defer to someone above me, but I completely agree. We need more staff to carry out these key actions.
Yeah, could, Mr. Chairman, could we ask Eric to address those
come on
issues?
Yeah, Yeah, thank you, Terry. Yeah, absolutely. Great conversation that we're having here today. So definitely that's why we're here today. Not only with this plan, but this later acquisition that you're going to be making a decision on. These are key aspects of where we want to refocus our attention. And then I'd also add later when we talk about our wildlife management restructuring, our focus is to really put more energy and time on the specific habitat management issues. And I appreciate what Doc says about the rough grouse plan. Now, that is an area and that's an example where we don't want to just develop a plan and put it on the shelf. In the last 2 years since that plan has been developed, we've had a number of issues that have impacted our ability to accomplish those objectives. But one of the main focus of our restructuring is to put more energy and time specifically on habitat management, building team types focus in the field, and really building that capacity, getting our staff closer to where that resource is located. So it's not only the resource, but it's also the people, right? Because what resource management is all about is the people that you're working with, and really working to rebuild those relationships and really spend more time and energy specifically in that area where we want to do the habitat management. We want to create some repurpose some positions that we have to focus specifically on our habitat management and set metrics and objectives to accomplish those objectives. And that is where that is the component really at a very high level of what our restructuring is all about. And so can we acknowledge that some of the work that we have done hasn't exactly been effective? Yeah, that's fair to say that, right? Is there different ways that we can address this? I think so. And I think that looking at our grazing operations, we're starting to do that. We're kicking that off and making some progress already. And I think that we can continue to do that. The plan calls out the need for more brush control, right? We've got that identified. The number one issue, as we recognize, is 30,000 acres is a lot of land, all right? But when you think about a prairie chicken and what the needs of a prairie chicken are, that's kind of small potatoes. Right. What is most critical is that private landscape around it to really have a broader influence of what those prairie chicken populations can do here in Wisconsin and to expand in theory.
Terry, go ahead.
Can I just ask Eric a follow?
How many more people do we need to facilitate this plan?
So what we talked about in the plan talks specifically about, well, we changed the wording a little bit. Just because of recognizing capacities, but we had identified 2 additional staff or the equivalent of that. Okay, so what I want to say is that we have opportunities out there in a variety of different areas to look at getting additional staff through contract positions or something along those lines. I don't want us to say that, everything, first of all, I want to acknowledge that any habitat management or wildlife conservation requires a partnership. And so we need to have a cohesive partnership within that landscape that could conceivably bring those employees, call them contractors to the table. So that would, ideally, that's what we've identified as the equivalent of 2 additional staff people to assist in that habitat management work there.
So the department would be in a position to hire contractors to do some of this work?
That's entirely possible. Yes, we've been looking at a variety of different areas. I'm kind of already giving my presentation for later this afternoon, but that's what we're looking at in many different areas, whether it's with Pheasants Forever or whether it's Rough Grouse Society, Ducks Unlimited. We've already got an arrangement with Ducks Unlimited where we have contract employees working for DNR, I would say, as well as Wisconsin Waterfowl Association. We're looking at those kinds of arrangements.
And on the funding part of that, can Pittman money be used for those purposes?
That's exactly what we're using it for in those situations that I was talking about. The thing that we've got to watch, and I don't want to get into too many details here, but when a partner comes to the table, they bring funding, right, as part of their commitment. Their funding commitment, if it comes from a federal source, we can't match a federal source, Pittman Robertson, with another federal source that they may have. They can't be matched together because recognize anytime we bring in Pittman Robertson, we've got to match that with other funds. I feel like I'm getting way too much into the details, but the point being that we watch where that funding source comes from, and then we evaluate what match we can bring to the table, our funding.
Well, the success of the plan is predicated on people and money.
Yep.
So based on where we've been in the past, we
Yep.
don't have the money.
Yep. For
And because
Pittman,
we don't have the money, we don't have the people.
Yeah.
So in order to do this plan effectively, we have to have both of those.
Yep. Pittman Robertson is definitely a viable source of funding for this whole landscape. We have, and I don't have all of the details here. Assistant Deputy Secretary Stephen Little has more of the details on Pittman Robertson, but for, in our situation, we've been bringing in more PR funds than we have ever brought in. There are a variety of other opportunities that are being evaluated right now at a national level. Recovering America's Wildlife Act is an example of an opportunity that would have rather significant potential ramifications within this landscape as well. But again, it's not a final product, hasn't been approved at this stage of the game. So with any of these opportunities that we look at, we're looking at both our relationships with those private landowners, as well as the funding sources, whatever they might be that we can bring to the table. Looking at that acquisition later today, DCCL, you heard from those folks, you heard from TNC. They are committed partners that are bringing financial resources to the table to assist with these acquisitions and to assist with the land management activities that occur out there. And can we build on that and can we enhance on that? That's our goal.
Thank you.
Bill and then Doc. You okay now? All right.
Eric,
Yeah.
real quick, the fund is important, but can the plan, do you think, be a little more on point as to, because I mean, there's a lot of gray area.
Mhm.
Like, you guys gave us commitment 4 years ago that you're gonna really ramp up the rancher.
Mhm.
They still can't get the long-term commitment. They aren't putting capital in there until they get what they want is capitalist farmers willing to help the prairie chicken. This plan doesn't really say that. It's just got some big, we have long-term relationships, a lot of, bureaucratic mumbo jumbo, I call it. Why can't the plan be specific? Why can't the plan have goals that have to be obtained? If not obtained, the plan is reevaluated. I mean, if those numbers keep dropping down at some point in time, as a biologist, I hope you'd say, you know what, folks? We can't maintain that population like spruce grouse up north. It's tough.
Yeah.
And we aren't addressing predators and we don't have the funds to mow all this stuff. I mean, when you start mowing at 30,000 acres, we know what it takes to keep 30,000 acres of weeds down on a property.
Yeah.
I only had to worry about 500. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of diesel fuel and it's a lot of money. And that is key to that parcel of land to be successful.
Yeah.
Period. And so my question to you is real simple. Number one, do you think this is too vague as far as mandating that the plan has the private help it needs? And two, can you state here today that you have the funding to implement this plan to be successful as possible with the plan in place?
So my response to that, Bill, is that as I look at our plan, we have identified a number of great assets, 4,000 acres of additional land to acquire, working with private landowners. I know on the surface, it can sound like it's not as specific as what you would like, but what we really need to do is to continue to work with those private landowners and that private landscape, whether it's the associations, the farmer-led watershed initiatives, you name it, that really can put those specific numbers that you want to get at. That's where, though, as I mentioned earlier, this habitat specialists that we want to hire, we want them to really work on this plan with the local team to develop those metrics that we would really hold ourselves accountable. That's our
I
goal.
don't think that thought though was up there as number 1, 2, or 3. It's like, it was like buy more land and it's like, if you think that's the key to the success of that, is this partnership with the rancher, it should be like number 1.
Yeah. Well, it's identified in the plan as private lands management efforts, really focusing in on building and enhancing that workload, both that grassland component as well as just private lands in general.
Well, add on to that a little bit, Eric. Under BLM management, every rancher is under contract. Do you have a contract that you could show us that you're prepared to work with the ranchers with?
Yeah.
You have a contract?
Yeah. Yeah, we have a general contract and there's always, there's conditions and clauses that vary by individual situation.
Sure.
The one thing I will say, Bill, is you think about BLM, right? They're talking hundreds of thousands. We're talking tens of thousands of acres. So there is a little bit of a difference.
It's a little bit apples and
Yeah,
oranges,
it is a
but
little
I think conceptually, that could drive us.
Yeah, we do have that agreement. Like I said, we've been working really closely.
And
with
is that a 1 year, a 5 year, a
It
10
can
year?
vary. It varies by the individual property and what our management.
Well, what is the range?
I know we have some that are annual. There's not many of those. There's more that are typically the 3. We have some that are 5 and some that I believe even go as 10 or 15 years. It just depends on the individual site. Sorry.
We have that right now going on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it just in different areas. Like I said, Mary C. Anderson is our grazing specialist and she works really closely. She is a grazer. That's what she does. And she has that background. She does not have a wildlife biologist background. And she's on staff and we're in our restructuring. She's going to continue to handle that, but she's building more of a connection with Farm Bill stuff as well.
We get a copy of the
Yeah.
ratio?
Yeah, I can get you our data. We'll get it to you in the next week. or so.
Private
Yep.
land.
Yep.
Thank you.
I mean, we, on average, forgive me, I haven't put a lot of thought into this, but on 25,000 acres is cropped in some capacity on DNR managed lands, wildlife areas in general, is where the majority of that comes. That public-private partnership report had a lot of the data that was up till 2019. There's that data in there that talks about it as well. That was provided to the board, but we'll get more current data.
And you'd build a grass bank program similarly with private landowners?
That's the desire, is to try to work with those private landowners adjacent, where we would like to see maybe a little bit more diversity in the habitat type, rather than just in some situations, it can get grazed pretty low. That's valuable for a portion of the life cycle of prairie chickens, but it's not good year round. And so you've got to have that diversity within that landscape to be successful.
Mark, Bill first. Okay.
Did you have?
No, Bill.
Did you have?
Thank you.
Elena and maybe Eric can answer some of this. A lot of the board discussion has been focused on getting the most out of the state-owned, state-managed properties. And that's where our primary focus ought to be. I agree with that. In reading the plan, there was a portion of that that I'm a little less certain on what the potential is. And that was for some of the private land incentives that are off property. These are incentives to private landowners to do things on their own property that would contribute to the grassland management of these properties. In reading the plan, that was lower down on the list, and it was contingent upon developing additional funding sources. I'm not clear if those are the same funding sources you've talked about to supplement state management on state property, or if there's some other financial resources that have potential that are out there that could assist in encouraging private landowners to do management on their land that would be helpful.
Sure, yeah. So I think some of it is what Eric has covered already, but there's some opportunities on the horizon as well. Like we had mentioned, the Recovering America's Wildlife Act, America the Beautiful Act. There's a couple of federal sources that might be lucrative as well. I don't know if you had anything else to add.
I would just add to that, Bill, there's also the Farm Bill opportunities, that when we look at, we have a member on the technical state technical committee. And so we can really work to prioritize and focus where those dollars are spent at that federal level through the Farm Bill. Some of the things that we've looked at, again, is that landowner incentive program, which is a program through our Natural Heritage Conservation Program to work with those landowners and really do habitat work on those properties. Again, we talked about grass bank, that's just a term that we're tossing around, as well as this idea of, doing some rental or establishment of low cost, low maintenance grass. Because that's the other thing that I think, as you sometimes look at that landscape, maybe it's just a little bit anticlimactic, right? Because you may have a vision of what grassland and grassland species require, and you have a image of maybe North South Dakota with these waving grassland landscapes of native prairie. That's not it. And that isn't necessarily what a species like a prairie chicken necessarily requires. They don't have to have that native prairie habitat all the time, right? And so when you look at what habitat is, that's a very broad spectrum. And certainly, you know, you may look at even brome in some situations, not a lot of species, but there are some where that's a valuable commodity for their life cycle. And so just developing some permanent cover is of value. And we can do that maybe in those low productivity areas. You know, Pheasants Forever has a great program that they've been working on to look at not non-productive, but where an average landowner, if they actually would change maybe some of their approach, it's precision ag, where they're actually, by planting that acreage, they're actually losing money. Well, utilizing that concept within this landscape with a producer-led watershed initiative along those lines could have some tremendous value and bring in additional resources through federal entities as well as DACP as well.
If we're unable to have a significant impact to change land use trends in the area, the increase on row crop, irrigated farmland that has been less beneficial for grassland species, if not detrimental. If we can't change that, if we can't change the long-term trends of development, urbanization out in this area, do we have a core of properties that are adequate to accomplish the goal of the plan, which is to prevent extirpation of this species?
We'll take that one.
Yeah, thank you.
So there was a very detailed research project that Matthew Broadway conducted a few years ago on Buena Vista, and it's included at the back of the plan. And it basically found that the viability of the population, it won't be sustained. It looked 50 years into the future, and basically one by one, the smaller properties with smaller populations will blink out if we don't add any more habitat. And that's something you can see in the plan as well, is the lek sites that historically were there on private land, those have pretty much disappeared, and our remaining lek sites are just on our public properties at this point.
Elena, one of the issues that the plan discusses is the size of the grassland properties we manage and the challenges of managing a more checkerboarded ownership where the state managed parcels are smaller, and the need to have larger contiguous parcels of grassland to benefit a wider range of species, including the chickens. So overall acreage is one measurement of potential, but the other is, how is that acreage aligned? Do we have the size of parcels we need, or is there a need to maybe rethink the state ownership in terms of priorities for land acquisition?
Yeah, absolutely. So when we were conducting a literature review to form the plan, we were looking at different species of prairie chickens, lesser and greater, and then greater prairie chickens out west as well as a reference. And we basically found that within an inhospitable landscape, which we would consider central Wisconsin because of the surrounding agriculture and development, prairie chicken population to be self-sustaining would really probably need about at least 50,000 acres of contiguous grassland habitat, which is far from what we have now. So with this final draft of the plan, we really wanted to emphasize a priority on connecting to existing habitat, because that's going to have the best impact. And there's other research that shows acquiring acreages less than 100 acres might not really even do anything if it's not connected to existing habitat. So good points.
Just as a final comment, I share the concerns we've heard from other board members about resources. And my long-term limited experience with the prairie chicken program and planning is we've had ambitious plans, we've got motivated partners and motivated staff, but when it comes right down to feet on the ground, there's a lot of other priorities that are dragging resources away. And I think one of the significant shortcomings has been the ability to commit adequate resources long-term to implement the plans we've had. So I'm encouraged that this plan is more focused on a smaller turf, limited time frame, and trying to make the best use of the resources we have. But even within that, we're going to need a commitment to apply those resources to accomplish this plan.
I agree.
Doc, oh, sorry, Marcy, go ahead.
That's okay. I know it's a quiet one, but first, thank you so much for the briefing. I really appreciate it. And we've been through a lot of the discussion that we had in the briefing. one thing I don't want to lose sight of is that this is a single species kind of management plan, but it has such a tremendous impact overall in that area. And from the good old days at UW Stevens Point, to be able to go out there and sit in a blind and watch, it was not just the prairie chickens, it was the impact of the sunrise and everything else that's going on at that time of the year. So in defense, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the understanding that I've gained of why we have some single species plans, even though it's an overall. So for the public good. But one of the things that we did talk about was our partners with the universities, right? And the research you mentioned and Stevens Point, and getting those students out there is so important, and the information and education. So I hope going forward that that continues, and if there's anything we can do to enhance it, you know, please let us know. The other thing on the resource, you know, we talked about revenue sources and the festival for that small town, the Prairie Chicken Festival, I think it's been renamed, significant impact. So I think we need to look at even beyond a management plan, what it does for the local community and those folks who find interest in another type of recreation or a way to help the local community. And one of the things that we talked about is potential revenue source for, you know, like we do with the elk, how many people buy the chance to have an elk tag? Could we do something similar? And hopefully our friends at the Nature Conservancy and other partners would be willing to help us do that. So I think there's other opportunities. I recognize how hard it is to write a management plan, and how many people have been involved in this. So just a point of clarification, predation is mentioned in the plan. And so I have to say that in defense of the people who participated in the planning process, because they do have to look at so many different components on what the impact has been. But I'm just not ready to give up, and I hope that we can pass this plan today.
Thank you.
One last comment, and I don't speak for the board by any stretch of imagination, but I don't think there's anybody in this room that wants this species eliminated from Wisconsin. Extinction of any species under our domain is not what we're all about. With that being said, we've been fighting this battle for 20-some, 30-some years, and it hasn't worked. And I hope that this plan gives you the flexibility to pivot and shift to make this successful. Because if we don't, we're gonna be sitting here wondering why we gotta bring some more and try it again like the turkey. We have them here, not a lot, but we have them here. We need money and habitat change. I think we have enough land, especially if we buy the land today. I really believe there's enough land to keep a core prairie chicken population healthy. But it's gonna take money. And I still haven't had the answer from the department whether they have the funds and they're gonna apply the funds or not. Because if they don't, this is a waste of time. Let's make sure that this species doesn't get eradicated under our domain. There's nobody here wants to sit there and have the answer to the public 20, 30, 40 years from now.
Yeah, thank
There,
you.
go ahead. Sure.
Sure.
I just so agree with our commitment away from extinction. We really want to make sure that this chicken's hen is with us. I also agree with looking at something that might be more innovative in terms of resource development. As we've talked about, I've heard the partnership with the ranchers, and that's absolutely critical. There's a town there too. And to begin to see them or encourage or expand them as an option for resource for this project. I hope we've heard some options that I am taking seriously about developing. We do need to know what resources it really requires. I've heard you speak collectively to the fact that it needs at least 2 more staff people. I would encourage you to put in some maybe aggressive goals so that we can measure them. And it's not that there aren't some place, but bring it up to the forefront. So I am also hopeful that we can commit to a plan with these options as high suggestions and considerations.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Bill?
Yes, Marcy, you said that the department does mention predators as an issue. But I think we're in denial about doing anything with the predator issue. And I think with a species like the prairie chicken, controlling predators is a huge deal. And we
You have to.
and that frustrates me. We have to get over this denial of predator control. If we're going to be successful in maintaining these minor species, we're going to have to address predators.
Sure. So I could speak to that a little bit. As Marcy stated, there is a section in the plan that talks about that. And there's been a lot of research done on predator control, and we're not denying that predators have an impact. They absolutely do, as they do on every other wildlife species for sure. And I would say at the forefront, our department is trying to recruit more hunters and trappers, and that's incredibly important and valuable for all of our programs, not just for the prairie chicken. But we've done tons of research on predator control and have found out that it mostly doesn't work. If you do try to target their say coyotes, and which are definitely nest predators, if you can put in enough time and resources, which is extremely resource high to do it, it will actually end up in something we call a mesopredator release, which means that more smaller predators like skunks, raccoons, more of them will move into that area and they'll kind of just fill that niche in immediately. So the type of intensive predator control that it would take, you would never be able to stop doing it. You'd never be able to keep up with it. And unfortunately, the return on that investment has just proved to be ineffective mostly.
So the birds being able to have the good habitat does a better job of their success rate than the predators. I know, it's a challenge, but you pull one string and then the whole.
Yeah, she's exactly correct. And it was in the rough grouse plan too. If you can provide more and better quality habitat, these species will be able to overcome every stressor they have in their life because they'll have better habitat to deal with it with, whether that's climate or weather events, predation, disease, things like that. That's the best thing we can do for this species and for most.
So I just like to make one comment on it. I was really disappointed in this plan that we didn't look at partnering with those ranchers out there better than we did. It came out when we did go out there that the concern that the ranchers had were if you had 1,000-acre pasture, that would be conducive for them to pasture cattle on. But we saw some of the temporary pens that were put up with electric fence, and they were 10 acres. So you run your cattle in there, they eat for a week. Now you're moving the fence, you're moving the cattle, and no rancher is going to do that. And to not apply some common sense to that ranching thing and say, well, how about we lease out 1,000-acre blocks and we'll move the fence and we'll have our little 10-acre patches of habitat, and those cattle can run freely on that whole 1,000 acres except for those areas that you isolated. That's just common sense kind of stuff that shows we're really trying to work with the public, and it achieves the same goal, but it was falling on deaf ears at the time, and it appears to me like it still is. And the fact that we do have a land purchase coming up, and to me, this plan was put together to really have an excuse to buy more land. Okay. And we have a land purchase coming up that's being partially funded with Pittman Robertson money that could have been used to take care of that other 30% of the land that we already own that's not the proper habitat. So I'm really disappointed in the way this whole thing is going. It's like the prairie chicken really isn't the priority. It's about purchasing more land and having this big isolated area. And that was my take from what I gleaned from the plan.
I would argue one thing, just stating that we worked with partners with Grassworks, and as Eric said, there are grazers who do this. It does exist on the landscape. It might not be best for everyone, but you made a good point. If we had more staff, maybe we could offer that service where we move the cattle for them. I think that's a good idea.
Which could have been paid for with Pittmer and Robertson money, but now we're going to purchase more land with that money coming up. So I'm sorry. We knew the concerns that this board had at the time. We took the tours out there. And the plan really didn't address any of the concerns that the board had at that time. So that's my opinion of the plan. So
What was the year of the tour?
that was about 5 years ago.
Yeah, at least. She was second.
So do I have a motion?
Move approval of the plan.
Second,
Second.
all in favor?
I like the roll call.
Okay. I'll have a roll call vote.
William Bruins,
No.
Darren Adams,
Yes.
Barry Hilgenberg,
Yes, with the caveat that Eric actually does what he said they were going to do.
Yes.
I didn't know we could.
Yeah.
Marcy West,
Yes.
William Smith,
Yes.
Dr. Frederick Crane,
No.
Chair Kazimierski.
No. Okay. So
It passes.
pardon?
You have to say if it fails or passes. It passes.
Oh, motion carries. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Do we want to take a little break right now? Be back at 10:30.
That's it.
Call the meeting to order.
Uh-oh.
Okay, call the meeting back to order. There are no public appearances today. I think that's a first. So we're going to move on to agenda item 4G. Land Act.
We're at EF.
Oh, excuse me. Yep. All right, request, we were going to save him till last. Okay, request approval of antlerless deer harvest quotas, antlerless permit levels, and a deer hunting season framework for 2022. Jeff Pritzel, State Deer Specialist. Go ahead, Jeff.
All right, thanks, Chairman Kazmierski. Well, good morning, Chairman Kazmierski and Secretary Cole and Assistant Secretary Barry and others in the room and board members. My name is Jeff Pritzel. I'm the State Deer Program Specialist, and I am here this morning to ask your approval of the deer season frameworks, quota and permit levels for the 2022 fall deer hunting seasons. So I'd like to start by thanking the hundreds and hundreds of people that put time and effort into this to get us to this point. Over 500 CDAC member volunteers across the state, a couple hundred state staff that support the CDACs as liaisons. This past year in our 2-meeting process, we had our first meetings in March, and those were still held exclusively virtually as to where we were at with pandemic management. But fortunately, things started to open up, and in April and May, we were able to have the second and final CDAC meetings in person with continuing to offer a virtual option. So they were hybrid in nature. And between those 2 meetings, we have a public input opportunity online. And this year we compressed that time period of the public input process from 2 weeks down to 1 week to allow for 2 weeks to be for the second meetings to be played out. And that actually worked quite well. We actually increased the participation in the public online input tool from 8,000 to over 10,000. So compressing the timeline, did not negatively impact participation. That was good. So of the participants of that 10,000, over half of those people that submitted comments were residents of the deer management unit that they were commenting on. A majority of the participants identified themselves with private land, but public land interests came in as participation rate a little higher than public land as a ratio or a proportion of the state's landscape. So that was good. We're getting good balance there as far as participation. And the 400 out-of-state participants, slightly underrepresents the out-of-state hunters. We have about 6% of our deer hunters are non-residents of Wisconsin. About 4% of the participation here was non-residents. So the recommendations that were provided to you in the green sheet from the CDACs, the Deer Advisory Councils, our recommendation is for you to approve them as they came from the CDACs with one exception. The department is making a separate recommendation for Florence County to increase their antlerless harvest quota of 160 up to 300 and put all those additional permits on private land in Florence County. I'll go into that in a little bit more detail just in a moment when we talk about the northern forest zone as a whole. We look at the recent history of the antlerless quotas and permits, we'll see that in 2021, when I was here last year, we saw a pretty significant jump up in both the quota and permit numbers, and that was in response to an increased harvest that happened in 2020, along with an extremely mild winter. And so we saw quite a bit of increase in that. So now past fall's hunt, as I shared with you back in January, the harvest numbers came in a little bit lower. And winter was still, except for a few of the far northern counties that typically can be more severe. We had a mild to moderate winter, but the overall quota
statewide this year is down a bit from last year, as are the private land permits, but the public land permit recommendations are pretty much holding steady. I'll also point out a minor error in this table. I must have been not looking at one of the metro counties when I filled out the table. The actual numbers for the metro permits are also similar to last year, and they were correct in your green sheet at 2180 for the private land and 800 for public permits within the metro zones. And so there really was no significant change there for this year's recommendation. When we look at the options that the farmland DMUs have to participate in the holiday hunt and the January extensions, if they choose to do the holiday hunt, we continue to see a gradual increase in the selection or the request to participate. This year, all of those shaded counties are asking to participate in the holiday hunt. That is 37 counties, one higher than last year at 36, and the ones that are shaded in that reddish color are also recommending the January extension for bow and crossbow hunters, and that is 29 counties, up from 27 last year. So we continue to see a gradual acceptance or use of that option as we've been going forward through time. Again, for the farmland zone DMUs, the option they have to assign free antlerless harvest permits and within the metro subunits as well. We again see just a slight increase in use. Most of the counties select 2 free permits to be assigned to each license. The little bit of increase we saw this year were about a handful, maybe 5 counties adding a 3rd free permit. We still only have 2 counties that are offering 4. If you'll remember, a couple of years ago, we had a couple of counties that offered even 5 and 6, and they've backed off a little bit from that. A couple of years ago, we shared some research on the performance of these permits as it relates to a resultant harvest of antlerless deer relative to their buck harvests, which showed that there is an impact with 1, 2, and even a 3rd free tag. Once you get beyond 3rd, not so much. And so a couple of counties maybe use the strategy of having more just as an emphasis of they really are trying to encourage antlerless deer harvest. But again, most of the counties are utilizing 2 free antlerless permits with each license in the farmland zone. And it's 0, 1, or 2 for the metros. In some cases, we saw some changes this year. For Dane County is a good example where they increased the number of permits available for all licenses in the county. And in doing so, they actually got rid of the separate metro free permit, assuming that they've basically covered that by giving everyone another permit at the countywide level. So then finally, as has been the case the past couple of years, we spend a little more time focusing on the northern forest zone. And that's driven by the variability and the challenges that our folks up north face with annual changes that are a little less predictable and a little harder to stay on top of from year to year. So I'll go back and revisit that. As I mentioned earlier, the department is recommending a higher quota and permit level for private land in Florence County. And we base that recommendation on a couple of things. One of which, as we do when we pay attention to the public input that comes through that tool, if you separate out those participants that identified themselves as primarily interested in private land deer hunting in Florence County, in other words, those that selected private land hunter or landowner, the comments they provided specifically were certainly weighing on the side of requesting more access to permits for private land. When you mold it all together for the entire county, that kind of gets washed out because more people are participating from the public land side as it related to the county. But so the interest in the permits and also the department's understanding of the history of Florence County's past performance when they've had multiple years of really light antlerless permits combined with mild winters, that area has had a propensity to really increase quickly. And so trying to stay ahead of that, the department was recommending a higher permit level. And then thirdly, looking at last year's performance of Florence County relative to the other northern forest counties, on private land, they had the third highest buck kill per square mile of land of all 19 northern forest units. They were number third, but their antlerless harvest relative to their buck harvest was dead last. So they were killing fewer antlerless deer last year in Florence County relative to their buck kill than even Ashland and Iron County were, which will, if we visit, later, they just have low numbers. So that's where we're coming from in our recommendation to increase the quota somewhat for Florence County. Again, putting all the added opportunity on private land in that county. So then in general, it would take quite a while to actually go county by county over the north, and I'll leave that to the discussion of the group if there's particular counties that have come up of interest based on what was included in the green sheet. But I'll just say in general that there's a fair amount of variability of approach in the northern forest units. And I think that simply reflects that it's a big zone. It's capturing a diversity and variability in the culture. One might even say the personality of given counties and different regions of the north. And so we do see some different approaches. And I think that's all right. And I'll point out that, again, I mentioned earlier, last year, quota and permit numbers increased quite a bit in response to what happened in 2020. Interestingly, that increase in permits that were provided to the northern forest zone hunters last year did not result in an increase in antlerless deer kill. As I shared with you in January, the buck kill, again, we're talking at the zone level, not at individual units, but the buck harvest in the northern zone actually dropped a little bit by 6% last year, and the antlerless harvest pretty much stayed flat. And so that increase in permits there isn't necessarily a corresponding increase in harvest that goes with that. And so we can talk about that in more detail if it's at the pleasure of the group. But that's kind of where we're at, what we're coming at you with for the 2022 season. And at that point, I'll be happy to take questions. You may want to have other commenters, presenters, or speakers first.
Public appearances, so we'll get started with them.
Okay.
But stand by.
I will.
Thanks. First public appearance today is Neil Messerschmidt, Edgerton, representing Self. Are you there, Neil?
There, I think I'm there.
There he is.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Neil Messerschmidt from Edgerton, Wisconsin. I'm one of many concerned hunters who remain upset over the refusal of the Bayfield Seed Act to address the declining deer population on public land. First, I'll begin with the discrepancy of the SAC population estimate and what hunters are actually seeing in the field. A snowstorm shortened season followed by a mild winter in 2020 allowed for an optimistic forecast for the 2021 season. Instead, it was a disappointing repeat of the previous low harvest. We had a normal winter and one would expect the population to remain stable, but instead we are told it declined by 17%. It would have been even worse had you not intervened and cut the quota last year. That clearly does not resemble the maintained goal set by the CDAC only a year ago, and we were shocked when they approved a quota nearly identical to last year's. Secondly, the need for such a large quota is based predominantly on information supplied by the county forestry representative and the unproven FRM data, which only began gathering information a mere 5 years ago. 5 years in the 100-year lifespan of a forest is not worthy of serious consideration. The DNR liaison provided the test site map I submitted to you that clearly shows no data was collected from the vast area of national forest, which has become a virtual deer desert. If information were to be gathered there, it would counter the claim of overbrowsing that the committee bends to every year. Thirdly, the insistence of the CDAC to use public land quota to address the county forester's concern over the deer browse issue goes contrary to the Kroll report from which the CDACs were established. The Deer Management Assistance Program, or DMAP, was specifically mentioned as being the tool to target such browse-affected areas as opposed to using public quota tags, which indiscriminately reduce deer over all the public land. We have repeatedly brought this up, but the county chooses not to participate in the DMAP program, with the CDAC doing their bidding for them in the form of excessive public tags. There is no incentive for them to make the effort. If the county was truly interested in curbing the browse issue, it would realize that no amount of public tags will affect the horde of deer living in sanctuary on the adjoining private lands, where 39% of the tags went unsold last year. Lastly, I submitted a petition for public land quota of no more than 200. It was circulated across the county in April and signed by the 200 people in only 12 days. At the last CDAC meeting, 13 of the 14 public speakers spoke of the lack of deer. Members were blocked from asking them follow-up questions due to a procedural misdirection by the chairman. The 14th person, Sandra Nass, a former member of that CDAC and sent by Secretary Cole, had just moments before praised the committee's treatment of the public. As hunters, we enjoy having venison available, but would rather our freezers go empty for a few years as opposed to I'm almost there.
Okay.
Sacrificing the future of the resource by over-harvesting it. The Bayfield CDAC only ignores us. Please overrule it by reducing the public land quota to 200 or less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Neil. Any questions from the board? No? Okay. Jim Johannes from McFarland.
Thank you, Chair Kazmersky, members of the board, Secretary Cole. Secretary Cole, I appreciate the opportunity to thank you publicly for voting last year to reduce the antlerless quota on public land set by the Bayfield County CDAC. I ask you to do the same again this year. Public lands in Bayfield County are accounting for an ever diminishing and disproportional part of the county deer harvest. I've sent you several letters over the last few months concerning the Bayfield CDAC and its decision-making process. I will not repeat all that here, except to mention that trying to purposely reduce the herd by 17% under a maintain the herd directive and decreasing harvest defies common sense and responsible public policymaking. Others have sent you similar concerns and analysis. Together, people like Neil Messerschmidt, Dick Walkowski, and I have well over 150 years of experience hunting public land in Bayfield County. As the DNR survey and Mr. Messerschmidt's petition attest, we represent the majority of people who hunt public land in Bayfield County who want to see hunting conditions improve. Unfortunately, the Bayfield CDAC is tone deaf to the public outcry, in large part because the DNR CDAC training videos basically instruct CDAC members to ignore public input. As a public servant and citizen myself, I hope you do not share that view. We're not a group of short-sighted individuals who would dismiss all other stakeholders, including forestry, just to ensure we harvest deer every year. We understand and support a holistic approach to resource management. Unfortunately, because of the clearly exaggerated claims by a single forester about ubiquitous browse damage, and because of this CDAC's doomed to failure strategy that Neil alluded to, of trying to solve its problem of too many deer on private land by wiping out deer on public land, this CDAC has rejected any balance and has embraced destroying the wonderful experience and tradition of big woods public hunting. All it has succeeded in doing by issuing too many antlerless tags year after year on public land is to create, in the words of an honest and brave DNR forester, a deer desert on a lot of the public lands and a large class of disgruntled and discouraged hunters. The problem of too many deer on private land should be addressed by private landowners, damage tags, and DMAP, not excessive number of public land tags. Despite the public outcry to the contrary, and despite the fact that last year's buck harvest under ideal conditions was down again, and despite their own maintain their herd deer directive, the Bayfield CDAC voted and made the issue even more public land tags this year than were issued last year, resulting in the aforementioned purposeful 17% reduction of the herd under a maintained cycle. This demonstrates not only a blatant disregard for your concerns last year and those of public land hunters, but also a lack of understanding that trying to solve the private land deer problems on the back of public land hunters is misguided and fruitless. It's a clear lose-lose strategy, as it will not address the browse problems on private land, but only serves to exacerbate the pathetic hunting conditions on public land and to demonstrate an overt and shameless disregard for public input and remarkably their own management directive. Please do the right thing. Please reduce their public land antlerless quota again this year to no more than 200 animals, preferably zero. as the evidence shows, the Bayfield County Public Forests are not in danger of overbrowsing, and the hunting public will be very appreciative. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Any questions, Jim? Pat Quaintance, are you on board?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Kaz, for allowing me to speak, and the rest of the board, and Preston Cole. I really appreciate it. First of all, this is my own personal opinion here. What I need to say here, I am the white vice chair of that CDAC committee for Bayfield County, and I echo what Jim and Neil expressed. I suggested at 500 to start out with antlerless tags, and that was shot down. So I went to 1,000 tags, and that was shot down. And so the rest of the committee finally came up with their 2,750 antlerless tags, which I totally disagreed with. What we got going on here in Bayfield County is kind of a little different thing than what we got in the rest of the county. Remember, Bayfield County is the second biggest county in the state. It has a lot of different metric things going on here. One of them is in northern Bayfield County. We have we live close by the lake. We had 172 inches of snow, which is a big factor that causes the deer problems here and a lot of depredation through predators and so on. And that short, usually it's in a month of March. But what we also got here is we got a lot of public land in the central part of the northern part of Schwamigan National Forest here, where it gets hunted really heavily and so on. And but what we got here is the migration of the deer that go to the Lake Superior in the wintertime, where that 172 inches of snow happens, and we have a lot of depredation again through the predators part. But what I'm getting at here, through history, if we look back at, there was a couple individuals that was on the Conservation Congress many years ago, was Raleigh Fox and Rule Fleming, and they tried to get these the public land separated from the private land. And what Bayfield County is doing here is they're denying the use of the DMAP. And through that process, they're considering the whole county, which is, there's a lot of places in Bayfield County that the deer population is pretty much down to zero, including the public land that's in the northern part of the county. So what I'm asking here too is if the county would use the DMAP and what they claim overbrowsing and issue out tags in those areas, I think we'd solve our problem, where if there is problems with overbrowsing, which I highly doubt, and that problem would be resolved. So I
wrap it up.
Yeah, I echo what Jim and Neil say. I was thinking about 500 antlerless tags and on public land, and the rest of the tags go on private land. So if there's any questions, I'd be more willing to answer. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any questions for Pat? Mike Foy is next. Thanks, Pat.
Good morning, Chair Kazmierski, Secretary Cole, and members of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board. My name is Mike Foy. I'm speaking for myself, and this is for your information only. I have two issues I'd like to bring to your attention. One, going through the green sheet provided for the board on this agenda item, I did not see a single mention to chronic wasting disease, even though you had a long report at the April meeting about the CWD Response Plan Review Committee. At that time, there was mention that the modeler thought that CWD was increasing at 25% per year in Wisconsin on average. And I just want to bring my concern that For too long, I think the deer management program, which starts pretty much today and then goes through this hunting season, this is where the rubber hits the road, has operated somewhat independently of the wildlife health program. And I think they need to work much closer together to try and get on top of this disease. Secondly, I had a very somewhat dramatic CDAC meeting in Iowa County this year, where when they came time to vote for the extended season, there was 3 members against, 3 members for. And so it came down to the council chair to pass the tie-breaking vote. And after indicating that he was personally against the extended season, in my view, he did the right thing by following not just the public input, which was in favor, but also, I think, Wisconsin law by allowing the vote in Iowa County, where we have not met our quota for years and years, and we have more CWD, higher CWD prevalence than any place in the state. I just want to point out that since 2003, the Wisconsin Constitution in Article 1, Section 26, I believe, says that the citizens have the right to hunt, fish, trap, and gather, harvest game, subject only to reasonable regulation. And I just, I would encourage you as we go forward, particularly as you start to consider petitions or considerations to split units in future years, that you keep in mind that you kind of need to decide what is a reasonable regulation and maybe put some standards out there for what the CDACs, what reasons they would be allowed to deny.
Can we wrap it up, Mike?
I'll be done right there. Thank you very much for your time.
All right. Thank you, Mike. And Rob Bowman, representing the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. And Rob, you have unlimited time.
Thank you, Chairman Kazmierski, Secretary Coral, and board members. You know, I like to keep it short and sweet, so I'll continue to do that. The Conservation Congress supports the final season structure and quota recommendations advanced to you today by the DNR, except for the DNR's recommended change to Florence County. We appreciate that the DNR's efforts to reach out to the Congress and the Florence CDAC ahead of presenting these changes. However, we felt that it was more important that it didn't go out. These changes did not go out for public comment. So we're going to continue to stand with our local recommendations, and we ask that you support those as well. That's it.
Any questions for Rob? Any questions for Rob? All right. Well, do we have a motion so we can begin discussion?
I'll move to put the motion on the floor.
Okay. Second. All right, board members.
Jeff. I just have kind of a global question, not a pinpoint of each, as we dissect this, or sometimes the board has tendency to do. This is asked by a constituent of Northern Wisconsin. And back in 2000, I believe our relatively recent historical data showed that we had quite a few deer in the landscape. We agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
So 22 years ago, this state carried quite a few whitetail. And I understand CWD is a big portion change since that happened. But is it the department's belief that we can never get back to that the state can't carry that many deer without ramifications? Because we're not even close anymore. And we're harvesting a lot of deer, and I understand CWD, don't get me wrong. But besides that, is it the department's opinion that the state can't carry that many deer? So yes. Can we carry that number of deer for a window of period of time? We certainly can. We did in 2000. Can we carry that number of deer sustainably over time would be the reason why I would say no, that's not a sustainable situation. And we saw that really strong increase in deer numbers through the 1990s, which peaked in 2000. And then even in the first decade of this century, We spent a fair amount of energy trying to convince people that these are not sustainable deer numbers, and that they would have long-term potential negative effects down the road. And so one of multiple variables that we may find ourselves in now, and as we tried to talk about 10, 20 years ago, was that the deer populations that we have right now are degrading the habitat as they exist in it. And so they're going to come down one way or the other at some point in time. And then when we do get to a point where we want to allow that population to recover, the habitat carrying capacity just isn't there to allow it to increase at the rate we saw it increase in the 90s and the early 2000s. Now there's that issue of what the deer may have done to themselves. There's also there's just been a lot of changes in the last 20 years, and the forest ecology, the forest habitat as a whole has matured over the past 20 years. So that doesn't work in the deer reproductive capacity favor either. And as has been mentioned many times, there's been a change in the landscape of mortality factors, whether that's hunting versus predation, this was brought up earlier, and other factors. And so would we aspire to want to get back to where we were in the year 2000? No.
Okay, so back then, that was before CDAC, the department set the quota. Did the department make maybe you can answer this question, did the department make a conscious effort to reduce the herd by 50% by hunting, or was it going to happen on its own, whether the department issued the tag to not make that happen?
You know, even in the past, that played out unit by unit. So just to make a broad statement that we're trying to reduce the population by 50%, that I would say no. I mean, we kept it much more unit specific than that. And I would also just share that because the harvest has reduced by 50%, if you wanted to use 600,000 in 2000 as that benchmark, and we're more at 300,000 now, that doesn't mean the deer population reduced by half. We are proportionately not harvesting as many deer relative to the standing crop as we used to do. So that's one of the things where, and we talked about this last year, that as we look at the buck harvest as a barometer of the population, we used to be able to do that quite confidently. And that's the basis of what the sex age kill model is all about, right? And so there's been a lot of concern expressed and speculation or skepticism about how SAK is performing, and rightly so, in as much as our exploitation of that buck population isn't what it used to be relative to the available population, and then how much of that shows up in our harvest numbers at the end of the year.
Thank you.
Any other questions from board members? Eric.
Jeff, thanks for all your work and all the CDACs and all the volunteers and all the public members that responded to the surveys and or showed up at the meetings and so forth. And the time that you spent with educating me again on the green sheet. Thank you. I think board members are aware that our hunting camp is in Florence County, and that's the only one.
That's what they cut your tree down.
That's the only one
That's up there.
that the department has decided to go against the CDAC recommendation. Last year, board members got a tongue lashing for doing that. I have participated in both of the meetings and listened to all the commentary and the discussion, and some of which was pretty aggressive in some of the people. And I also have had subsequent conversations with Jeff and with the chair of the CDAC in Florence County. Jeff did reach out to the CDACs. They had a conference call on what the department's recommendation to our board was going to be. He told me his version of that. I got the version from the CDAC chair. They were pretty complimentary. And I would like to, and I will make a motion to amend the department's recommendation. The CDAC's recommended 160 permits. The department came back and said 300. In order to have cooperation from everybody, my recommendation is to amend the 300 to 225.
Motion?
That's a motion.
I'll second.
Are you talking permits or the quota?
The quota, thank you.
Okay,
The quota, yes.
okay. So then we would also need to know the distribution of tags.
Well, I'm gonna let, Jeff do that. I have some rough numbers. But I want to make sure that my math is correct. It would be, right now it shows 200 in private and 750 in public. Am I reading that right?
The 725 or 750 was the department's recommendation for private land permits. The original recommendation from the CDAC was 200 on public and 300 permits on private. So your proposal of a 225 quota would generate private, assuming you would want any additional permits also to be assigned just to private land.
Yes.
That's going to generate a number somewhere between 300 and 725 or 750. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
So you're going to be more in that 500, range. And we can do the exact. Well, the way we do that is we look at past success rate on those permits, apply that to the number that would be the quote. And this is just as another point of clarification. When we talk about a quota, the quota is assigned to the unit. So the Florence County is a unit. The private land or public land are not separate units. And so we don't talk about a quota. And although the term gets used that way, it was used in some of the testimony, the quota, you don't have a private land quota. The intention is understood. You want this proportion of the total harvest to occur on private or public land. And so you make that subdivision at the permit level, but not at the quota. But so what you're really, in changing the quota in your recommendation, what you're really, I suspect is requesting a permit level on private land that is somewhere between the 750 and the 300. And if we used the calculation of the success rate, we can arrive at that number. Again, it's going to be in that 500.
Well, can we just work that number out right now? So that's part of the record then, what the tags would be, public and private also with that quota change?
Well, I don't think we should vote on it until we know what that number is.
Yeah, and that's,
So the important number is the 225.
well,
Terry, just for clarity for the record, how do you want your amendment worded specifically? 225 quota, 225 quota. And the distinction between the private and the public, the same ratio as how it was arrived at
okay.
under the 300 proposal.
The technical point there then would be, and I'd have to go back and look at what the success rate we would use for Florence County is, because we would take the 225. I think, again, this isn't hard to get to because the ultimate goal is you don't want to touch the public land part of the recommendation. So there's going to be 200 permits made available for public land. Any additional permits above and beyond that would be assigned to private land. So if I had my phone on me, I'd pull the calculator up, but if you took the 225, and this is going to be a close hypothetical, but if the success rate was 30, it's going to be between 30 and 35%. So let's pick it 32%. So 225 times 0.32 is going to generate a number, that's going to be 700-800, somebody's, thank you. Oh, you just could have done it.
72.
Pardon?
72 according to the computer calculator.
Well, if you take a quota, 225 times point, I'm going to go 32 equals, I'm doing it, I got to divide it. So
You got to divide it by
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Not multiply it by.
There you go. So we're talking about 640 to 650 total permits, rounded to 650. So we're talking about 450 on private land and 200 on public land.
Yes.
Yeah.
Again, just as a point. That'll be my motion. The way you worded it, Terry, said maintain the same percentage for the additional permits, which would have split it somewhat between public, private in my mind. And what Jeff explained is that the public permits would stay the same and the private permits would go up depending upon success. So those are two different explanations in my mind. I need clarity, so we got clarity for the record. Okay. My amendment is 225 and 200
Public.
for the public and
450.
450 for the private.
Thank you.
Second agrees.
Okay. Rob, are you still around? You also hunt in Florence County. Are you still available?
Yep,
Congress?
my whole life.
Have you talked to that CDAC up there at all?
I have, and you know, again, I'm just going to ask that you stick with their initial recommendation. I've hunted Florence my whole life. When I first started up there, was a buck only county. You remember back in 2000, we were was herd reduction zone. We are an island at that time. Florence was an island. We were the only T-zone county, or Unit 50 was the only T-zone county in that whole area up there. So if you remember back when Kaz, Bill, and Terry, we first got on Florence, we were a buck only when you guys first got on up there for like 2 years in a row. It was a buck only county, and then they came back with 5,500 antlerless tags the following year. And I still scratch my head, how do you come to that? But we got to be careful. You know, I can drive one field in the whole county and spread eagle Stevers fields and have a general idea what the population's doing. I think the problem that needs to be addressed is some of the ag land down in the southeastern part of that county. And I've asked Jeff, and I'm sure he'll get the information to me on what the DMAP participation was in that. But based off of the southeastern part of the county, I don't think that follows suit with the rest of the county. There's a lot of people that hunt that county that if it has 3-inch horns, they're going to harvest that deer. It's been that way for many, 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 many years. So I'd be cautious on increasing, even on private at this point. We've done that in the past, and we're going to end up, I don't want to get back to the place where we end up shutting her down and not having any tags available.
Okay.
Motion to increase the tax. Yes, from what the department's recommendation is, but increases it a bit over what the CDAC's recommendation.
Why don't you go?
So a reasonable compromise.
Why aren't you comfortable going with CDAC recommendation?
Because I want to compromise. I want to try to get people to get to the table and work it out. And with it being allocated as it is to the private, that's where all the conversations were. Jeff, correct me if I'm wrong, within the CDAC on both of the meetings. There's a abundance of deer on the eastern part of the county, but not many on the western part of the county. And there's more public land on the West Chequamegon, kind of goes around that way. Deer traps. That's what we got.
Okay, so I'm gonna also make a motion on a county.
We have to deal
So
with this
should
one
we,
first.
should we vote on this one first?
Yep.
And then we'll move on to the next one and any other, and then we'll add them all at the end with the final, okay. So in favor of Terry's motion to lower the quota to 225, you said?
Correct.
And tags to 200 and whatever the remainder is for the 400?
450.
450, yeah. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, let's do a roll call. So, Bill?
No.
Sarah? Sure.
No.
Yes.
No, and can I make a statement on that?
Sure.
No, and I appreciate the opportunity to negotiate, but I want to stay consistent on the CDACs going through the work. And I know the department changed that quota, so that would influence my vote later too.
Okay. All right.
I'm compelled by the Conservation Congress testimony and Rob's personal experience there, and I'm going to vote.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm gonna vote no on it too, because this is one of the few CDACs up there in the north that I actually supported their initial recommendation.
Question.
Yeah.
So in other words, you guys want to amend it to 160? Because the CDAC's recommendation was 160.
I think there's two things happening on the table. I'm just
Yeah.
here for discussion here. I think some members of the board, from what I can perceive, want to support the department in that decision. And that's in the CDAC process. In this case, they ignored them and went to what the department wanted. Some of us want to compromise. Some of us would, I prefer to go back to what the CDAC said. But it's that's just, there's three things happening at the same time here. Your motion just got caught in the middle.
So there'd be support to reduce it to 160?
Throw it up and see if it goes.
There, that county is in the,
It is a different, it's 92. I didn't if I can.
okay.
The issue for me is that the CDACs went through the process, and I understand that the department is making a different recommendation. But if we, and it'll come up later, I'm sure with the next one, is if we trust these CDACs to go through the process, which I believe that they're doing, and I appreciate the grassroots work, then I would go with the CDACs.
Just a question for Jeff. This is a rhetorical question, Jeff. We can't, under the current setup, require those tags be in the southeast part of Florence County. Not possible.
Correct.
But
We can,
you
all we can
can-
do is require that they're on private land, which
Right.
will
You can have a
inherently
zero quota on
put
public.
them, on that part of that part, that they'll lean towards that part of the county just because of the preponderance of private
What if your
land.
motion said that the reduced quota goes to private land where the southeast?
Thanks, everyone.
Excuse me? What? Okay, Terry, what if your motion put the tags on private? Reduce your quota for the base type, which would be in the southeast agriculture part of the county, and would decrease the amount of kill in the public land where people are struggling. Can we do that? The amendment, Jeff.
As I understand Terry's motion, that's what it does do. Because again, if we start from where the CDACs recommended, they recommended 300 permits on private land, 200 on public. The department's recommendation is basically to move that private land number from 300 up to 750. Terry's saying, I want to compromise, let's move it to 450. The 200 on public land has not been
unchanged.
Right, that's unchanged.
And see, that's exactly why I kind of supported the department with that change, which people find hard to believe. But if what we're working on here is the differential in deer between public and private land. And we have not established yet on how you do that. And you do that by how tags are allocated. So if you're trying to reduce that population in the southeast corner of Florence County, then issue more private land tags. That's how public land, private land tags work. So, but we're not talking a huge number here one way or the other. They're in the increase mode and they went with a very modest quota. So I think it behooves us to send the example that this is how you use the public land, private land tag system, is you target that harvest where the deer need to be harvested. So Terry, do you want to redo do a motion?
I have a question for Jeff. So Jeff, if we went to the 160, the original recommendation of the CDACs, how many tags would we issue for private versus public?
300 on private, 200 on public.
So if we're trying to attack that differential, maybe we want to go 100 on public, 400 on private.
So to address Marcy's question, it's not in the table because the table represents the department's recommendation. In the text The background information, we acknowledged that Florence County's recommendation was 300 and 200. That's why the table says 750 and 200. Yeah, that's the department's recommendation.
Okay, if I can, Mr. Chair,
Sure.
new recommendation
Okay.
that the quota be 160, with private being 300.
300 was the CDEX recommendation.
300, and public being 100.
200, well, 200
200.
was their recommendation, right? So again, the math of this is if the quota is 160, and that's where we could back calculate what the success rate was. That quota of 160 generated 500 permits. It's going to take 500 permits to harvest 160 deer. Then the CDAC decides, all right, how are we going to apportion these 500 permits? And it may or may not follow a prescription, whether it be based on proportion of land or past history of harvest. Their decision was, we're going to take those 500 permits and we're going to put, we don't want any more than 200 on public land, so we're going to put 300 on private. Under your scenario, we're saying a slightly larger quota will generate, what are we up to now? 650 permits. So now the decision is, what are you going to do with those 650 permits? And you're saying we're still going to put 200 on the public land because we're concerned about harvest pressure there. And the remaining permits are now 450, and those would all go to private land.
Yes.
Okay. So I do have one question for you there.
I have a question. So is the new amended motion is to revert to the Florence County CDAC's original recommendation, which is 302? I want to make sure I'm understanding this.
Or I think, go ahead, Kaz.
I think that's what he.
Are you making a motion?
Is that a motion?
I was trying to.
That's your.
Okay, so
But
Okay.
the second attempt at an amendment is to go back to the
CDAC.
CDAC at 160 with the ratio being 300 and 200, private versus public. 200 public, 300 private.
Correct.
But we're back to the department's recommendation for Florence County.
No,
He's amending it to go back to
Florence counties.
but a CDAC recommendation.
Your amendment failed.
Yeah, no, I have a new amendment.
Yeah, but wait, your amendment failed. So we are back to
Oh, yes, that's correct.
the original presentation and recommendation from the department on Florence County.
Try another amendment.
Okay.
Yeah,
Is that a motion?
yes, it is.
I second.
All in favor?
Did we get an
Could you
answer?
restate the motion?
Sir,
Clearly, thank you.
quota to be 160 with permits of 200 on public, 300 on private, which is the CDAC recommendation.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So that will be added to the final.
Point of order, so everyone understands. The motion now on the table is the original motion and its amendment.
And the
So we
amendment.
vote on the motion, then amendment's part of that motion.
Right.
Right.
So I did have one follow-up on that. And that county is in the increase mode, and that quota was very modest. Correct, Jeff?
Yeah, the quota for Florence County?
Right. And
Very-
that was your concern, why you wanted to up the quota on private land, because it was a pretty modest. quota
Yeah,
that
our
they-
concern is that it may allow that deer population to erupt to the scenario that Rob gave you earlier, where that county went from bucks only to a very large number of permits, and that never goes over very well. That's what we're trying to avoid,
Okay.
because we could see that play out again.
Okay, so that's what I was looking at for you, but 200 tags probably isn't gonna make a difference one.
We understand that a good snowstorm in February is gonna put
Yeah, right.
playing around here with 20, 30, 40, 50 deer.
Right.
Lord, Mother Nature.
We've been up there for seven years. We're not stampeded by deer, let me tell you.
Okay, so I'm gonna hand the gavel to. No.
Yeah, watch out, Sharon.
If you want to
Ever do that?
if you want to say means adjourn, you might get a quorum on
Oh, don't give them any ideas here. So we're still having lots of problems with the CDAC process. And so rather than making a bunch of recommendations like the last 2 years, we heard testimony today that the changes that we did make the last 2 years were kind of accepted by the public, which is kind of interesting because we reduced tags. In other words, reducing opportunities to shoot antlerless deer. But as hunters are true conservatives, they're looking at the future and trying to manage a deer herd for a stable population for time going forward. So I took the most controversial county that we seem to have every year, which is Bayfield County, and kind of went through the CDAC process, the information that's on the website that CDACs base their decisions on, and put that all together for everybody here on the board to kind of see what information is made available to CDACs. So the first page is the post-hunt deer population in Bayfield County. And as you can see, Bayfield County is in the maintain mode. And that decision was made when the population was 32,300 deer. The red line on there is the trend on which way the population has been trending. It's been trending downward. And last year's population was 26,700, significantly below their target mark. And just a simple thing that I wanted to do here, in 2012, the deer population was 28,800. So slightly less than it is right now. And they issued 3,000 or resulted in, they set the quota at 3,000 was the quota in 2012. And you can see what happened with a quota of 3,000 deer, that herd just plummeted the following 2 years. And that's typically how it works. You kill the antlerless deer this year, it shows up in the next 2 years. So there's it declined 37.5% in 2 years with that 3,000 quota. So the next chart is the antlered and antlerless harvest. Bayfield County is 58% public land deer habitat. So what I did on the next chart, that's giving you the total of the antlerless harvest since 2006, or the buck harvest, which is your indicator of population. And the next page is the public land harvest over time in Bayfield County. And you can see back in 2007, they were killing 2,498 bucks on public land in Bayfield County. Now, this isn't 2000. This is after the big herd reduction push had already occurred in the state. They're at a fraction of that right now. As a matter of fact, a third of that with their buck harvest on public land. So then I worked out the percentages. What percentage of that buck harvest was the buck harvest on this public land over that time period? And it's dropped from 55%, which is real close to the way the land is divided in the county, to 36% right now. Well, that's what's being felt by the hunters that participate in the CDAC process, saying the deer aren't there on public land. And there's a disproportionate amount of deer on that public land. Now, that was noticed by Dr. Kroll and his team, when he came in here, how that was working. And that's when we instituted public land, private land tags so that we can manage that harvest of antlerless deer separately on the public land and the private land. Then this next graph is card deer vehicle collisions. And it's showing exactly the same as the population estimate, that the population's going down because there's fewer card deer collisions occurring. That's one of the metrics that CDECs are supposed to look at. They're also supposed to look at crop damage and that type of thing. So I printed off the slide that shows yield loss due to deer damage in that county. And you can see there's a significant decline from 2007, 8, 9 to where we are at today's current levels, and 208 bushels of soybeans. How many acres is that in a normal soybean? 2? Okay, so that's about
No, 3 to 4.
3 to 4?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's for the whole county that was claimed. So you can see that crop damage is not one of the factors in Bayfield County is a reason to reduce the deer herd, or worse yet, go against the county metric. So then I was going through and I'm reading, in every county I did this too, the justifications for the quotas that they set. And it kept popping up that, well, we're still gonna have a 9% increase, or we're gonna still have a 3% increase. But there's no data supporting that when these CDACs were making their comments. Well, that's because this sheet, which was given out the first year that CDACs were put in place to kind of get CDACs to know what to do and how to set quotas, is still being provided to CDACs. But this sheet is based on the SAK and lambda projections and that type of thing. So if I look at Bayfield County with a 0 quota, that would be for the whole county. It would show a 14% increase. That 14% increase doesn't cover how much the population's dropped since the maintain level was set. But that wasn't the quota recommendation. The initial recommendation in Bayfield County was a quota of 4,000. And they haven't killed 4,000 antlerless deer in that county since 2008. And at that time, the herd crashed too. So that was the initial quota. The public input came in and they changed that quota then to 3,000, which was their final recommendation. Unfortunately, they just calculated tags differently with that 3,000 quota and ended up with the final that's in your green sheet here, that there's an increase from last year on public land tags from 2,700 or 2,750 tags, and a decrease in private land tags. That's what came out of that CDAC, which makes absolutely no sense when we look at that disparity in buck harvest between public and private land. So this information is out there. I'd asked last year that they gave that percentage of buck kill and stuff as one of the metrics for CDECs to look at, but it's not available on the website. This particular quota starting point sheet is not posted with the preliminary recommendation. So the public is put in this position where they see this CDAC making some kind of crazy recommendation, but they don't know as to why, because they're not privy to see that sheet unless they were at the actual meeting. So that sheet gets buried. Because one of the things is we could go back on this sheet and then say, okay, well, they said if we kill 1,291 or set the quota at 1,291, that means that's how many antlerless deer we should kill. There's going to be a 9% increase. Well, maybe if we kill 921 and the population declines by 15%, that blows the sheet out of the water. So obviously we don't want to have this track history out there for people to go back and compare it to. And that's the same thing that used to occur back when it was the SAK totally driving deer management. So I put pages of the justifications, and some of the justifications, even in the department's green sheet on why we put a quota on, and this one really bothered me. A primary reason cited by CDAX was a matter of equity in access to public resource. Equity. That is not a reason we make management decisions. This state offers all kinds of equity and opportunity on a statewide level. But when it comes to this deer management, we're managing at a finer scale. So that equity will never occur if we keep over harvesting those antlerless deer on public land. So that is also stated in some of the justifications that were on the justification page there. None of these justifications really put out the fact that they missed their goal. Their goal is to maintain, they should shoot for that goal. That number, when they set that in, that goal actually ended up going down. So we've got a lot of work to do with CDAX. There were a lot of them that were misguided, and I solely blame that on us. We have made this too complex for them instead of giving them the pertinent data milked out, and I think you'll agree with that, that we can simplify this process so they're not going through this brain melt, and which I know a lot of CDAC members aren't even looking at it this close because they're not that experienced with the quota setting process. So now this is the report that anybody in the public can fill in to, and what this report is responding to the original recommendation. Okay.
Kaz, I'm just gonna suggest that if you're gonna propose an amendment to what we have in front of us for Bayfield County, why don't you get that on the floor, and then you can discuss
Okay.
the whys.
Okay, all right. So I'm making a recommendation in Bayfield County to a motion to add to our original to lower the public land tags to 500. We're not changing the quota. We don't need to change the private land tags because they sell out of those or don't sell out of those typically. But to lower the public land tags in Bayfield County to 500.
Second for discussion. For what, from what was it?
Versus the 2750, is that what it is?
Oh, no, it's 2,500 or something like that.
No, on page 8.
That's the quota.
The 15. Authorization levels. Page 8 of 15. Bayfield, 2750 for public.
Yeah.
8250 for private. So instead of 2750, you're recommending 500.
500. Primarily because that differential in harvest between public and private land keeps getting worse. It's not getting better. And we have the tools to make it get better. We're just not using those tools appropriately. And it's being felt by the hunters and the public. So that's my motion.
And it's been supported, so we're in discussion mode. Any
Okay.
questions or comments on the amendment that's on the floor?
I missed the second on that. Okay, thanks.
Can I ask a-
Oh, no, go ahead. Sharon.
I'm gonna recognize you first.
Thank you. This is truly a question of clarification. How aligned is the recommendation with the CDAC recommendation?
Well, I did not change the CDAX quota. The only thing in my motion was changing the number of tags available on public land. Does not-
Antlerless tags.
Antlerless tags.
Same amount of deer kill, Sharon. It's just that motion, if passed, would not let the hunters take them off of public land, private land.
Moose it. Okay.
It's the same amount of management for killing whitetail,
Mhm.
but the public would not have as many to kill on public land because of the reasons that he discussed.
So, and the reason was because the information, and a follow-up question.
Yep. Go ahead.
The reason is because the information that was given is not accurate.
No, the information that's given is accurate.
But the interpretation
Except-
is wrong, I think is what he would argue.
Yeah, except for that possible sheet that's called the quota starting points. Because it doesn't tie in, you're right, it doesn't tie that into, okay, if we had a zero quota, we'd have a 14% increase. Well, a 14% increase doesn't even get you to where you're supposed to be at maintain.
The sheet.
Yeah, so that one I would say is misinformation, and we do know that. We've known that before this management plan. It was always the issue on how quotas were set with the SAK. And there's no need for that anymore. We have collected data now that they can just look at what the antlerless harvest was and say, hey, when we set the quota at 3,000, the herd crashed. We set it at 500, the herd increases. Well, obviously the right number is somewhere in between there. Just try it and see what the
So I've
response
got
is.
Marcy and then Terry and Bill, and then back to you.
Okay.
Okay.
You mentioned it twice. First, overall, the reduced opportunity, and I don't see a reduced opportunity for hunting in the state or in our area. I think, there's more opportunities given the holiday hunting, and I think Jeff mentioned that there was an increase in counties that did that. The question I have specific to your motion on Bayfield, on the public land issue, it's the opportunity to hunt public land with a tag, right?
With a doe tag, you can still hunt public land for bucks anywhere, anytime. So there's no reduced opportunity
But there is
To
a
hunt.
reduced opportunity if there's less tags available.
to harvest a doe.
Well, but still,
Right.
if you're, if you're not a private landowner, you could perceive this as a reduced opportunity. And I think
Right.
we do have to look at the habitat issue. And the gentleman who testified about the US Forest Service land, we had the same discussion last year. We don't get to tell the US Forest Service how to manage their habitat. So if you're hunting public land and the Forest Service has, aged timber, that's not going to be where the deer are. But this board does not necessarily have authority, nor does the CDAC.
But Marcy,
But let's keep the discussion relevant and germane to the motion that's on the floor.
well, and to be honest, I want to really address that. Should we propose a prairie chicken season today?
How is that?
We've
pertaining to this
reduced,
motion?
we've reduced the opportunity to hunt prairie chickens because that's what we need to do to have a sustainable population. So antlerless tags are about managing the deer herd. It's not about opportunity. But as a state, we provide ample opportunity in the state. If you want to shoot a doe, go somewhere where the does need to be shot. But we have to manage that herd there too.
But it's also a habitat issue. It's very similar
Well,
to prairie chicken.
I-
So just to follow up, I'm going to stay consistent.
Okay.
I believe the CDACs in these counties, whether we agree with them or not, the CDAC and the Conservation Congress supported that recommendation. So.
Yeah, and that's why it comes to us.
Terry, you're up.
Well, thank you, Bill. My question's to Jeff.
Okay.
Jeff, it seems as if, we're getting an awful lot of information from Bayfield, from people that are hunting in the public land area. We get no information or no input from those that are on the private land issue. And that the public response that we saw somewhat correlated to the testimony we heard, where Swamigan, not a lot of deer. Why would CDACs recommend an increase in quota on the public land and a decrease on the private land? I mean, it doesn't follow.
Sure. Well, yeah, no, thank you for that question, because I think I can clarify that. With their objective to reduce the quota from 4,000 to 3,000, acknowledging that, the negative public input or the concern, they recognized as was the case last year and will be the case this year, the private land permit availability was essentially oversubscribed. It's maxed out. They're not going to, utilize that many permits that were made available last year. So they can reduce the private land permit availability and still kill the same number of private land deer because the demand may not change. So that change.
So they're unsold.
Right. And on the public land side, again, the ratio can fluctuate a little bit annually based on previous success rate. So again, last year we put a lot of tags on the landscape. It didn't result in that much of an increase in kill, somewhat in Bayfield County, but the success rate on the permits decreased. So what that does this year, when you look at it and you apply a lower success rate, you're going to use more tags to kill the same number of deer. So that's why you're always basing this on some recent previous history, but that's how they could come about. And actually, when it comes down to it, they are looking at to try to meet an acknowledgement of a shift. They did shift public land tags and move them to private land to get this year's recommendation for public land permits relatively similar to what last year's was. It's a couple hundred higher. Knowing that when they move those other permits to the private land, they probably won't get used because there's already more there than what were asked for last year.
If there's fewer deer on the public land, why would we be?
Well, so
more tags.
So this goes back to, and Chairman Kazmierski brought up a couple of good points where there are some issues with the process that I embrace the opportunity to sit down and work through, for the future, because I do believe there's some improvements we can make. But one of the fundamental things that happens, and it happened in the reference here as well. Again, there isn't a separate quota for private land and public land. We have a quota, and then that generates a certain number of permits. Then the CDAC can allocate those permits as they see what they think is the best fit for the current situation. And it may be driven by public sentiment. It may be driven by some of the metrics. It may be driven by some other so that's where the human aspect of, all right, now let's make this fit what we think is right. And so in their deliberations, they arrived at 2750, which was, again, last year it was 2400 after their recommendation last year, of course, was between 4,000 and 5,000, and you reduced it to 24. So this year they're coming in closer, a little higher, but it's closer to that 24 than from where they started at the beginning of the year, they would have came in just as they did last year, but they did reduce their numbers. It just happened to end up higher. Doesn't mean they're going to kill more, antlerless deer. But again, looking at the history of the last couple of years, also I'd point out, because I think it's just interesting, and this is for future discussion, but the table or the graph, that Chairman Kazmierski shared just on the public land and trying, showing the resulting, you watch what the blue line is doing, the buck harvest, and that red line, which in Bayfield County, you see this rather large spike that they came in after the tough winters of 13 and 14, because that herd started to really grow. And again, just like we were talking about in Florence County, their approach was, we need to get ahead of this. Otherwise we're going to be back in this exorbitant number of tags. And so that's what they were trying to do during that period of time.
Well,
I would know.
Okay, so
go ahead.
I'm just gonna say we're dangerously close to invading my lunchtime, so I'm gonna try to help us to move along here. Bill, you're up.
I have a couple of points to make that are relevant to this. I talked to the CDAC chairs in 3 of the northern counties that have been up for debate in the past, just to get updated on how things are going. One of the things I found, Jeff had mentioned earlier, a lot of differences in how they try and manage deer numbers in their counties. They have the same problems they're dealing with, but they approach it very differently. Some counties like Bayfield put more emphasis on some of the public lands for good reasons in their mind. Other counties like Douglas, less so. And yet, in a very general, when you step back and look at the overall deer herd trends in those counties, they tend to follow similar lines. Regardless of how heavy you're trying to hit the antlerless or the distribution between public and private, it's like there's other factors here like Doc snowstorm that probably have more influence on deer numbers than harvest alone. So in my mind, I'm looking at general trends on the herd rather than real specific on a particular county. And if there's not a disaster going on and they're generally following the trend they're looking for, I think they're doing their job in very different ways. The common thing I heard from all of them is they're working really hard on this. They're conscientious, they're following direction as best they can, they're considering the metrics as best they can, and it's very difficult. The one common thing I heard from every one of these CDACs is, no matter what we do, we make people angry. We upset people. And that doesn't mean that they're immune to that, but it just represents how difficult the job is. And even a county that doesn't issue a lot of public tags, they're still taking heat. And one of the issues that I heard that stronger this year than in the past that I think is significant, and that is the perception out there when all of the tags or the majority of them go to private land, there is a perception amongst the hunters that they are being denied opportunity on the public lands. And when it gets heavily tilted that way, I start to hear terms like privatization of the herd. And that troubles me. It troubles me that people are getting that perception.
Okay,
And it bears on
but
this
if I could,
decision.
come back a little bit on that with you, Bill, I think, you mentioned that the, county populations, yeah. But the problem isn't with the county populations. The problem is the population difference between private and public land.
Yes.
And the process that we're using to come up with our quotas isn't sufficient, isn't getting to that issue.
I agree 100%.
So I maybe this is the right time for Kaz to interject this, but Kaz, what do you got in mind going forward after this amendment?
I want to call a question on this amendment. Call the question.
Is that okay with you, Sharon?
If it's okay with the board, I'd just like to underscore the observation.
Okay.
Bill, that you just said.
Point of order. I'll withdraw the call the question. Can we call the question?
You gotta
Precedence for
But she had requested to speak
I understand
before.
that, but
Yeah.
I'm just telling you the way it
Yeah.
is. I withdraw the call the question. Otherwise you ignore it. It's not proper. So I withdraw the call the question.
There wasn't a second to the call vote.
Go ahead.
I thank you.
You're welcome.
I think what I was listening for is the process and that it seems to be, it needs updating and revised. And so I think that needs to be a hard request, not a hard meaning, but a firm request that this process is revised, that people understand the documents that they are looking at, and that there will be variations in the way the process works. That's my comment.
Thank you. And we will vote now, but I would like to remind you of the public testimony that we took on Bayfield County today, and they all referred to the public land as being a deer desert. So with that,
You're imposing chairman's influence on the vote with that comment, Bill. I'm sorry.
okay, I'll retract that statement.
But on that, don't we have survey data, hunter survey information for, I mean, statewide of how many deer seen, how many things, you know? So I agree, we heard from 4 people and we've gotten lengthy letters from a couple of them, right? But again, you don't always hear from those, you know, others unless it's like via survey or something like that.
So take the testimony for whatever it was worth and let's vote.
Well, as long as the question's not being called, I have something to say now. So my point is that what the hunters have to understand in the state is when you do what Kaz's motion is trying to do, you increase opportunity in the future. And hunters understand that. It may not be this year, Bill, but in the future, they understand that if you go a couple of years with a decreased hammering of the public herd, it will be better hunting up there. It doesn't take a rocket science to understand that.
Okay, Kaz, would you repeat your motion, please?
I move that Bayfield County antlerless tags for public land are reduced to 500.
And let's vote with a show of hands. All those that are in favor of Kaz's motion, raise their right hand. All right, those opposed? It passes 4-3. I hand the gavel back.
Process question, how do we ensure that, who's my chair? Okay. How do we ensure that this process is reviewed prior to the next season where it's going?
Well, this, okay,
heard you
no,
say-
I'll make that announcement then. So,
That's a topic, that's a great topic, and I think if everybody's on the edge of the seat, because we all want to do that.
Okay.
But point of order, let's vote on the motion. There's no more
Okay.
amendments to be
Oh, I
made.
thought we did.
yeah.
Well, we,
Vote on
we,
the amendment.
And
we-
under
we now-
members matters, I will bring that up.
If there's no more changes.
we need to
the
now
motion,
vote
let's
on the
on.
amended,
You're right.
amended
Okay.
motion, yeah.
So
Excuse me,
now we're voting for,
point of order. Kari raised a question, and so I just want to present it to the board for consideration. Bill had the gavel because you wanted to pass it to him to participate. And ordinarily, he would keep it until the very end of the matter. So Bill could take it back if that's
okay with you?
okay.
send her back. Don't hurt yourself with
You
that.
know,
Is that-
Kari, I want to honor Kari's request. That was a point of order. So thank you. Yeah, but,
All right, now, are you ready to vote for the motion that has been, as it has been amended? Twice.
Twice to amend.
Yeah. Would you desire to have it read as amended?
I think it's clear, the board understands, I believe, the motion is on the table.
Is everybody clear on what we're voting on?
The other 71 counties.
We're voting on the whole thing.
On the recommendation
As amended.
Yeah,
as amended.
Roll call.
Roll call vote, okay?
So Sharon Adams,
Yes.
Gary Hilgenberg,
Yes.
Marcy West,
Yes.
William,
Yes.
Dr. Frederick Chang,
Yes.
Mr. Goodner,
Yes.
Yes, that is unanimous.
Okay. Next item is. Thanks, Joe. Okay. Land acquisition, 4G, Princess Point Wildlife Area and Glacial Heritage Area Rural Landscape Project Area, Jefferson County, Wisconsin. And we are going to have Jim Lemke from Real Estate Section Chief. Hi, Jim.
Good afternoon. Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon. Chair Kazmersky, Deputy Secretary Barry, and the rest of the board. My name is Jim Lemke. I'm the Real Estate Section Chief, and I'll be discussing with you today 4G, which is a 1,830 acre parcel located in Jefferson County within two different approved project boundaries, Princess Point Wildlife Area and the Glacial Heritage Rural Landscape Protection Area. The cost of the fee acquisition as determined by appraisal is $3.677 million, which also includes the purchase of a small 0.07 acre management easement. 75% of the purchase price will be covered through the use of Pittman-Robertson funding, with the remaining $245,000 coming out of Nelson stewardship funds. In addition, since the property is located within two different designated department boundaries, we are asking approval for the entire parcel to be placed within the boundaries of the Princess Point Wildlife Area. The use of Pittman-Robertson funds for acquisition purposes is something this board hasn't seen before. I thought I would just take a few minutes to go over some of the broader details of this funding source. Assistant Deputy Secretary Stephen Little is available for more specific questions on the use of PR funding if necessary. Pittman-Robertson Fund, known as PR funds, are federal dollars allocated to the DNR in the state of Wisconsin, specifically for the benefit of the sportsmen who, through a tax on gun and ammunition sales, create this revenue source. Typically, this sales tax creates around $15 million annual for the state of Wisconsin and the department to use. This funding is used for a variety of wildlife management reasons, facilities maintenance, helping fund some LTE, FTE positions, for shooting ranges, leases to private landowners for public hunting rights, hunter education, and similar hunted related benefits. With recent gun sales on the rise, excess tax monies, often referred to as PR bump monies, have created a substantial surplus of available monies to the state of Wisconsin. The acquisition of these 1,830 acres at Princess Point have been targeted as an appropriate use for these PR bump monies, primarily because of the large acreage of the acquisition, its positive impact on hunting opportunities, its location within 1 hour of over 4 million Wisconsin residents, and equally important, I believe, its location is adjacent to counties in the southeastern part of the state that make up 25% of the hunting licenses that were drawn last year. The department has been working closely with our partners at USDA, the Department of Ag, to cooperatively purchase this acquisition. The Natural Resource Conservation Services, NRCS, a subsidiary of the Department of Ag, will be paying for and placing a wetland reserve enhancement easement on 1,743 of these acres. The department will be purchasing the underlying fee, which will open up the land to public access in all 5 NBOAs. The NRCS will be managing and paying for the restoration of the property, converting it from agricultural use to a wetland complex. This restoration work is targeted to be completed by the end of 2024. The NRCS plans include creating 5 water level impoundments, 11 miles of mowed and maintained dike tops, including 4 miles of gravel dike tops, which I think are all important features for easier public use and the enjoyment of the MBOAs. With that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask the board's approval on 4G, the purchase of 1,830 acres, including a 0.07 acre access easement, including modifying the project boundary to include the entire parcel within the Princess Point Wildlife Area.
Any questions from the board?
I'll move.
Second.
Got some appearances, don't we?
We do. So we have Tom Munich, Summit Regional Director of DU. Tom, you there?
He's there.
Can't hear you though, Tom. It might be muted.
That's better.
Thank you.
I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. I am the Southeast Regional Director for Ducks Unlimited, and I'm a Waukesha County resident and an avid public land user. Year-round access and Princess Point is one of the areas that I actively recreate on. Today, I want to speak in support for this addition to Princess Point. This addition is supported by not only myself, but DU volunteers and members in the area because it addresses the need for additional public grounds for outdoor activities, as mentioned, hunting, but a lot of other activities that the land can be used for. It also provides a great benefit for wildlife habitat in that area that's greatly needed. One of the DU chapters that I currently kind of oversee, a group of volunteers, is the UW Whitewater chapter, and they take an active role volunteering in the adaptive wildlife area at Princess Point, and they are likewise in support of the addition. And I'd like to say thank you to the secretary, to the chairman, and to the board for allowing me to speak in support of item G. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. And the next speaker is Brian Glenzinski of Madison, Regional Biologist for DU.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you to the members of the board. You hear me all right?
Yep.
Great. Well, I'll follow up with Tom. Tom's the Regional Director for Ducks Unlimited. My name is Brian Glenzinski. I'm the Regional Biologist for Ducks Unlimited. We're located here in Madison, Wisconsin. And again, thanks for the opportunity to speak on behalf of this incredible opportunity. I think parcels like this don't come along very often. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity to really capitalize on some great work from both NRCS and hopefully what DU has already put into this. Just want to let everyone there know that DU is an active partner both in the design of this property. We've got great relationships both with Wisconsin DNR and NRCS to help design and maintain these types of projects. As you heard from Tom, we have a local chapter there that's going to adopt or has adopted Princess Point Wildlife Area and will therefore adopt this part of Princess Point Wildlife Area to help maintain it. And then DU is also committed, as we've always been, to help maintain especially premier waterfowling destinations in Wisconsin. And this parcel located in southeastern Wisconsin will obviously get tremendous use. And as you heard from Tom, already has tremendous support from our volunteers. That partnership we have with DNR will extend to this property. And we'll continue to help maintain and make sure these investments are fulfilled to their greatest potential. Just as a kind of an example of that, we are currently, actually on Thursday, Friday this week, we'll be interviewing to hire a new engineering technician to help fulfill some of those needs in Wisconsin to keep up with demand. And another great example is DU is submitting another North American Wetlands Conservation Act grant in July. Actually, it covers this geography, but this acquisition isn't part of the NAWCA grant, but we do have money designated in that NAWCA grant to help maintain and manage wildlife areas in that area. So we've already got kind of an initiative built around this geography, and so this will easily fold into that, and we will be partners again in helping maintain and manage this one. So yes, as Tom mentioned, thank you for the opportunity, and on behalf of the 33,000 members of Ducks Unlimited in the state, we strongly support this project and urge your support as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Brian. No, that's Brian. Okay, he was added late. Thank you. So we had a motion and a second. All in favor, opposed, or any discussion?
Yeah, please.
Oh, we have some discussion.
I had the privilege of trying to find this property with Mr. Lemke from up north. But once you get down there, it's a heck of a property. And my only reservation on this whole thing was the funding source. Because I personally think those monies should be used for our wildlife management programs and not for acquiring property. That's my only concern about it. This is a substantial opportunity and provides a great opportunity for lots of folks from Wisconsin. And as Jim mentioned, 25% of our licensees are in this neck of the woods. So that really provides another great opportunity for us. And as former Secretary Kathy Stepp would tell us, that we need to keep our eyes open for any opportunities in the southeastern part of Wisconsin, because that's our population base. We need to help those folks and provide them with opportunities. So even though I'm opposed to using a source of funds for this, I'm supportive of the project.
Question for Cheryl. I have two questions. I just want a simple answer. Do you think it's legal for the properties PR money to purchase them?
I have not looked into that specific question myself, but I am assuming that the department has, and that we wouldn't propose it if we didn't think it was appropriate.
Jim? You answer that question, Jim, or Steve?
Yes, if I may.
Sure.
Good afternoon. I'm Stephen Little, and I appreciate the question both from Terry as well as from Dr. Prang. I think a little bit of probably background is probably helpful in terms of the funding source, but to your question, yes, we believe that this is an appropriate use of Pittman-Robertson funds. The challenge that we've got is that the underlying funding source comes from ammunition, gun sales, and from archery purchases. And we are experiencing a bump in terms of that resource. Over the last 10 years, the funding has gone from $9.5 million to almost $25 million. The last time we had a bump like this was in 2015, where it went from, I want to say like 14 to almost $20 million. The challenge from a budgetary standpoint is being able to fund positions over a long period of time when you don't have that funding source guaranteed, if you will. So, and the other challenge is if we're not able to use that funding, then it reverts back to the federal government. So we kind of feel like this is the best use of an initial bump of funding so that we're not carrying that long-term liability. So hopefully that answers your question. And I've got my federal grant coordinator, Jennifer Gehring, to answer any more particular or specific
I just
questions.
want to make sure, Steve, that you believe it's legal. Kind of your wheelhouse. Using that money for that. It's not the board's privy. I think we use a policy to do that. I just want to make sure we're not going to pass a motion that's going to be challenged by somebody. Or anything can be challenged. We all know that. But that we will prevail in the use of that money towards purchasing land.
So I do have a question for him. And that, so is it true that adding this Pittman-Robertson money to this keeps this from going before the legislature for approval of this purchase?
Yes, but I would argue that's not the reason why it's being done.
Okay,
Again, for the reasons
and
of
I'm
the funding
not
sources
saying
that-
it is, but I'm a little bit concerned. Pittman-Robertson money is generated by sportsmen's dollars, okay? And it may be legal to do this, but the question is it right? Are sportsmen gonna be happy with us using land purchases with their money rather than stewardship, where land purchase funding is granted by the legislature And why wouldn't we have just used stewardship money for this project?
So the concept that I've become familiar with as it relates to Pittman Robertson is called user pay, user benefits. And I would argue that the benefit of this land acquisition would be for the sportsmen themselves. And again, it takes the pressure off the long-term funding of positions that we can't guarantee into the future that's going to be available. So I would subscribe from a budgetary standpoint that it's an appropriate use of those funds because you're allowing for the benefit of the user to immediately benefit from this land acquisition because all 5 of the opportunities to be on the landscape are being fulfilled.
Your argument has merit, Steve, that you aren't hiring FTEs, which require ongoing funding. But you could use a lot of that for contract services and hammer a lot of stuff out that Eric alluded to today.
And a large portion of what we use the PR funding for is done for that very same purpose. This is just one piece of that we, again, made a decision that we don't want to tie that long-term obligation to a bump in this funding source because we can't guarantee what sales are going to be in the future.
All right, thank you.
I just wanted to remind all of us, if you're interested in clean water, this is a really good move because when the river overflows its banks, we've got that filtering system in place now. So that's just what I want to say.
I'd also like to comment that this project is a great example of the power of partnership. We've got some great partners here with DU, USDA funding and support, to accomplish their goals. It's compatible and consistent with what we're trying to do. And it's just a great example of people working together. And I'm particularly enthused about the longer term commitment to assist in the management there. I think that will help us with our limited resources as well.
Critically important.
I think this is a dandy.
Yep. Good. Let's vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right. Land acquisition, Leola Marsh Wildlife Area in central Wisconsin grassland. Jim? take it
Thanks
away.
again, Mr. Chair and Deputy Secretary Barry and members of the board. I think I could keep this brief in respect to the discussions we already had on the prairie chickens. This next acquisition in front of you is 4H, a 520-acre grassland parcel, also located within 2 distinct DNR boundaries. The price of the land is $1.14 million, and similar to Princess Point acquisitions we just discussed, uses Pittman Robertson grant of $600,000 for the purchase of the property. 2 longstanding partners of the DNR, the Nature Conservancy and the Dane County Conservation League, recognize the importance of protecting this parcel and this grassland, with the Nature Conservancy donating $250,000 toward the acquisition, with the Dane County Conservation League donating $50,000 toward this acquisition. This funding limits stewardship costs to $240,000. The acquisition has received private support from local citizens, the Audubon Society, as well as Wisconsin Green Fire. I will not go over all the different discussions that we had on the prairie chicken master plan that just came in front of the board, but I do want to make 2 points specific to this acquisition. The prairie chickens already exist on this property. We're not creating habitat in hopes that the prairie chicken might navigate over to this particular parcel. There are brooding grounds right on this property, and so they have chosen this acreage as a preferred spot for them to do their mating. This parcel also, because of its size, 1 mile in virtual size, allows the hens to go off into these protected grasslands to lay their eggs and hopefully to arrive at the chicks that will help with the prairie chicken population. So just the sheer size of this, instead of just spotting acres, 40 and 80 acres here or there, I think is significant. Aside from the prairie chicken habitat area, I think there are some other things that really are a benefit for this acquisition. This parcel connects 2 existing project boundaries, so it's an inholding within this part of the state of Wisconsin. So anytime you can make that connection, which we try to do so many times with our acquisition, I think has real value. So this does connect 2 existing department-owned lands. It also adds 520 acres for public use and those 5 NBOAs. As mentioned earlier, the property is currently being used as a hunting ground, and there are 80 acres on this landscape that are wooded properties. And so outside of the habitat of the grassland it protects, it also provides hunting opportunities for the general public. The property will be maintained with different grazing and haying contracts, and that was again discussed with the earlier plan of the prairie chickens. So I think there are opportunities as well for assistance when it comes to the management of these 520 acres. And lastly, there is a well existing on the property, and I know the access to water, especially for grazing, is an important feature. So there is a working well that will be maintained by the department along with the acquisition of the property. So with that, Mr. Chair, I respectfully ask the board's approval for the purchase of these 520 acres, that the board accepts the donations of $250,000 by the Nature Conservancy and $50,000 that have been donated by the Dane County Conservation League, and that a certificate of appreciation be made of the public record. And with that, Mr. Chair, I am available to answer any questions on this acquisition.
Second. Okay, and we have two public appearances. Rodney Walter, Madison. There, Rodney. There he is.
Hi, I guess it's afternoon now since I spoke last, so I'll try and keep this brief. I'm again the Director of Habitat Protection for the Nature Conservancy based here in Madison, Wisconsin, and today I'm testifying in support of the department's acquisition of this 520-acre tract at Loyola Marsh. As the Director of Habitat Protection for the Nature Conservancy, I'm fortunate to spend most of my time focused on acquiring tracts of land that provide critical habitat for Wisconsin's rich flora and fauna. And these lands are important because of their biological richness, but also because they provide recreational and educational opportunities to the citizens of Wisconsin. That's a great job to have even on an average day, but it's even better when we're able to work with other conservation partners to accomplish this work. So I'm pleased to speak in support of the department's purchase of this 520-acre tract and the public-private partnership that the acquisition represents. Department staff took the lead in identifying the importance of the tract for a wide variety of grassland species, including the greater prairie chicken, and helped negotiate a purchase with the landowner. I'm pleased that both the Dane County Conservation League and the Nature Conservancy recognize the importance of this purchase and are able to play a part in helping pay for the tract, which will provide benefit for the citizens of Wisconsin. We fully support the purchase, and we thank you for the opportunity to express our support.
Thank you, Rodney. And Sharon Schwab, Wisconsin Rapids, representing Dane County Conservation League.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Like the Nature Conservancy, I'm honored to also express our deep support for the purchase for this particular acquisition. Like the Nature Conservancy that have put forward private funds, we too support this financially and support this expansive private and public partnership. We thank you. We also want to suggest that this does in fact help the recently passed Greater Prairie Chicken Management Plan as it starts to achieve some of the connectivity goals, particularly now between existing parcels within Loyola Wildlife Area. Furthermore, to Dr. Preen's point, this gives an example that already we are not shelving the Prairie Chicken Management Plan, but we're starting a new decade of management with an outstanding acquisition, which this represents. I thank you for your support, and we look forward to visiting this property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sharon. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor or discussion? Yep.
I also had the opportunity with Jim to view this property, drive all around it, check it out. I have a problem with this particular purchase that I'm going to vote against it because I want to see the department do something with the Prairie Chicken Management Plan. We have plenty of our own land right now that we can do something with. We don't have to add the burden to what we already have. So the department has to prioritize where they want to spend their resources. Additionally, the use of the Pittman monies on this, I think, is inappropriate. It should be through stewardship, if it's that important to the department. And I challenge the department to figure out ways of using that Pittman money for all the other projects that we have that we've not taken care of in the last 10 years. And there's plenty of them. Contract services, as Doc mentioned, is a very appropriate way of using that money if we can't make commitments to long-term employees. And I think we need to be much more aggressive in getting the legislature to let us hire people to take care of our properties. And this, in my opinion, is one that can wait. And we can move forward with the plan that we just approved and see how they do. And if they do well, then we can buy some more land in this area. But until that time, we have all kinds of other land owners in this area that we need to work with on the management plan. And that's why I'm going to vote no on this particular purchase.
Marcy.
Sorry,
No problem.
I forget that we can't just discuss. What gives you the impression that we can wait on this purchase?
There'll be other
The
land
seller.
in this neck of the woods. There's plenty of
But this
land.
connection of the two, the contiguous that we know.
I understand that. That's a risk. Yep. But I'm not, I want to see the department prove itself. Because we've been talking about prairie chickens for what, 5 years?
10 years.
The other question that I would have from this here, is Eric still here? In my experience, to contract for management is often very difficult. Public properties may be second to private. And there has been a reduction in the availability of contract services for some of those types of work, in my experience. So I don't want to give the false hope that you could just put out a bid and get.
Terry.
We don't have enough staff to take care of the stuff we have right now.
I agree.
So if we don't have enough staff to take care of what we have now, and we can't hire contractors, why are we obligating ourselves to another project?
I think there's an opportunity.
Partnerships.
Thank you.
Bill Smith.
Thank you. Terry, I agree with many of your concerns about the prairie chicken plan, the past performance, what needs to be done in the future, and the uncertainty about where we're heading. And concerns about how much we invest in that and what we're going to get out of it. I think those are very fair questions. I am going to vote for this project, partially because it's important to the prairie chicken effort going forward, but also because this is a very significant acquisition that blocks so well, enables us to acquire, protect, and manage a significant block of grassland prairie that is rare and in decline in the state. And the prairie chicken is maybe the headline species right now for this, but there's so many other bird species and plant and animal species that are dependent upon grasslands. I see this as, more importantly, as a habitat acquisition rather than a single species plan commitment. I don't know if I'm saying that clearly, but I think there's a lot of other values here that compel me to vote for this thing. And I think it's a very good recommendation and a good project.
Doc.
Obviously, I voted against the prairie chicken plan. That wasn't because I don't support prairie chickens. I think the plan has flaws that I think could be corrected. With that being said, the vote of this board was 4-3 to go ahead with that plan. And I always support the board's actions. The board has voted to go ahead with to continue that plan that they have. And I think this has nesting prairie chickens on it. Although I don't agree with PR money being spent on it. It's justifiable. And I think if we're going to support the plan, which the board did, then this is a part of the support. I will vote for it.
Anybody else? I do have one comment on it. I am going to vote against this one, primarily because we heard today that 30% of the land we own there for prairie chickens, the habitat work hasn't been done. So, and Pittman Robertson money can go directly to habitat. I don't know anything about this one-time bump, how long we have to spend this money, but land acquisitions are supposed to be through stewardship. Stewardship funding could support this project just like any other project. So it's how we're prioritizing our dollars. And I really hate the precedent we're setting here that we're going to be taking Pittman Robertson money and in the future using it for land acquisitions when it could be used for habitat management. And I'm also concerned about the precedent that that sets then with the legislators across the street when they're approving stewardship funding levels. If we set a precedent, well, we're also going to buy around that stewardship funding with PR money, expect the next time we go over there that they're going to cut that stewardship funding even more than they already have. So my biggest concern is the use of the stewardship money or not use of stewardship money for this project. So let's call the vote. Should we do a roll call or? Yeah, let's do a roll call.
William Bruins,
No.
Sharon Adams,
Yes.
Terry Rosenberg,
No,
Marcy West,
Yes.
William Smith,
Yes,
Dr. Frederick Payne,
let the record show. Yes.
Chair Gizmo.
No. Motion carries.
Thank you.
All right, let's break for lunch quick and yeah, good question. How long? 20 minutes?
Half hour. Probably.
Half hour?
So
All right.
105.
105.
what are we doing?
Lunch.
Really?
Lunch is in 27.
Okay, we're back to order.
6A.
And we are at 6A. Board Order WY 2919, proposed rules affecting NR 107, 109, 150, 193, 392, 345, related to aquatic plant. This is an informational item. Manual removal and mechanical control regulations, aquatic habitat protection, and surface water grants. Carol W. Shaw.
Thank you.
Lakes and River Section Chief.
Yes, thank you. Something different. Good afternoon, Chair Kazmierski, Deputy Secretary Barry, members of the board. I'm Carol Shaw, Section Chief in the Bureau of Water Quality, and I'm here to present background information on WI 2919. This will be presented to you in August for adoption. So this is some background information. The proposal creates a set of rules and procedures to regulate aquatic plant management in the waters of the state, and it combines and updates two outdated codes, neither of which have been modified since they were created. It incorporates integrated pest management, most notably by requiring planning and evaluation monitoring for large-scale activities. It seeks to clarify and reduce regulation of small water bodies or ponds that are less than 10 acres, most notably by allowing for 5-year permit terms. It expands the opportunity for public, I'm sorry, I'm not advancing my slides. Expands the opportunities for public input in pending permits while moving the burden to post public notices to the DNR. It expands permit waivers for some control activities. It helps protect native habitats by expanding sensitive area designations. It creates a separate permit process for wetlands, recognizing that unique resource. And lastly, it creates a uniform fee structure for all activities and increases fees to ensure the timely administration of the program. The department provided numerous opportunities for the public input throughout the entire rule process. And we heard from a diverse range of stakeholders. We began in 2018 by completing a 270-page strategic analysis that provides the background and research and references over 500 citations of research studies that examines our permit history, our costs, and includes interviews of various stakeholders from all the state. And that was followed by a study group representing 12 regulated groups and individuals. And they helped us frame the scope statement and then identify the topics for the white papers that came next. All permittees were notified in 2020 that this process was starting and invited to sign up for Gov Delivery as the rule development progressed. And during the 4 white paper public meetings and 2 comment periods we had prior to drafting the rule, 38 individuals and organizations representing all the groups provided over 450 comments. So after 2 years of input, we held a public hearing in February on the draft rule. We had 55 individuals and entities comment on the economic impact analysis, and 49 commented on the public comment period on the draft rule. Those are some of the groups that we met with and some of the activities that took place. So in general, most of the comments we received were focused on the time and the costs related to the planning and the evaluation monitoring requirements. And based on those comments received, we did, on the implementation costs, we did change the economic impact assessment, and we increased that estimate. Right now, it's estimated to cost $1.7 million over the first 5 years of implementation for this rule, about $345,000 per year. These rules include fees, including the fees have not changed in over 30 years for chemical control and 20 years for mechanical harvesting. The general process, while the requirements for the plan and evaluation monitoring are new, the general process and procedures for most other requirements and conditions for decision-making carry over from the current rules with only minor updates. Most permits for large-scale management are already supported by a plan and being monitored in some way, and the rule seeks to codify what is becoming a standard practice. Some organizations had concerns about integrated pest management and how it impact their ability to conduct invasive species management, and we tried to address those concerns, which I'll get in the next slide. So what we did, as I already mentioned, the EIA was increased. We made over 30 substantial changes to the draft rule based on public input. We created clear criteria for when a plan is and isn't required. And I'll just say plans are required when activities impact the majority of a lake, when the goal is to manage a population of invasive plants year to year, or to receive a 5-year permit for harvesting or wetland management. We removed 45 days from the planning process and explicitly grandfathered existing aquatic plant management plans into the rule. We made common sense modifications to the notification posting and added more options and additional time to those activities. We expanded the waiver for small artificial water bodies from 0.1 acre, and these are private backyard ponds, basically, to 0.5 acres, and clarified that waters owned by a business open to the public can be regarded as private, and thereby reducing regulation for things like campgrounds, golf courses, similar situations. We made a correction that implied that invasive plant control could only occur where it was causing a problem with navigation, assuring that invasive control can happen system-wide. And then we clarified that year to year, large-scale control could occur under a management plan. Those were the two big concerns about the ability to manage invasives. And finally, the department has delayed the rule implementation in the board order until January 1st, 2024 to allow a full year to educate permittees, prepare for the planning requirements, and ease transition into the new rule. And we've set aside funds in our grant program and established priorities to accommodate those requests. So just wrapping up, I thought I would share a little short summary of the communication and the outreach we are planning and we've done and going forward. I know this was an issue we had raised in April when I presented. The green sheet package, the final EIA, a series of fact sheets highlighting our major rule components as well as the changes we made since the rule or since the hearing have all been posted on our website now. Permittees, the industry, lake organizations have all been notified, and we're making ourselves available to explain the rule and answer questions as requested. And as I say, if and approved in August, we will spend the next few years holding forums to help organizations prepare the plans and the necessary requirements to successfully implement the rule. Just conclude by thanking you for the opportunity to present today. And again, we'll seek board approval in August.
Go ahead.
A couple things. Can you give me a request a couple months ago, a copy of the hearing written testimony that you received last early winter?
I thought we sent that out. I asked.
But did I apologize. I looked in my email box. I couldn't find it. I'd love to see that.
Okay.
And some of the criticism, I understand, I haven't read it yet. Has that been addressed? Has any changes happened since some of the criticisms came in from January or February?
Yes, that was the 30 substantial comments we made based on that input. The comment response is in your green sheet packet.
Okay.
So we summarized all those and talked about how we addressed them in the rule.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I was sure the raw comments went out. So
You may have, but if you can resend, I appreciate it.
sure.
Any other questions?
Can I just,
Bill, go ahead. Bill.
you called my name first, though.
Did he?
Yeah, all right, go ahead, Bill.
Carol, one of the things I got from reading the documents was, as Doc noted, there was a lot of angst in there from the public about cost increases and about equity and who pays for all this stuff and who benefits from it. And there's some discussion of that in the plan, but me personally, it would help, I think, maybe to have the department sharpen the pencil a little bit and put the cost increases sort of in context. I know they haven't really been addressed for 30 years in some cases, so it's been a long time, and usually that kind of management causes large changes that are shocking to people. And I think it would help everybody's understanding if we had a little more detail on maybe elements of inflation, cost changes over that period of time, and to put the increased costs that are being requested in more clear context of what operational costs are and what that will deliver. And a side issue to that is what's the equity here between the lake associations and private landowners in paying for aquatic plant management activities that benefit all the users of the lake. And I know that we have a grant program that gets funded by some of the broader user fees. I just don't know what the balance is on all that. And I think it might help the public to understand that better.
And are you talking about the permit fees too, particularly? Because we've heard a
Yeah,
lot about
exactly.
that lately. I think that caught up to a lot of people.
Yeah, the whole issue of cost and fairness.
And
A
harvesters.
little more background information and detail might help,
Send that to the board, just a summary, or send that to the board, a summary of.
Well, I think also
Or-
in the presentation before the board.
In
when it comes
August.
To decision time and materials available to the people that you've been working with. Unless, maybe you've got that all.
Well, there is, we did break down the fees and did some illustration on how the fees work. And there's a table on our website. I'd just say for a minute there, our goal was to double revenue. We generate about $160,000 now. We looked at our costs and we only cover about a third of them. So we thought, well, at least we should try and recover some more. So we set a goal to double fees, but also create some equity between harvesting and chemical, and it hit the harvesters probably harder than they anticipated. And we've been hearing a lot of that. I don't know if that's what you're referring to.
Well, the relative proportion of grant monies that support
And
that
grants,
versus fees
sure.
that are generated locally from lake associations and citizens.
Marcy.
I appreciate the briefing this week, and I didn't catch it, but in the slide you mentioned if a private owner, like a resort or a beach, how would that be affected?
If they own the entire water body, if a business like a golf course, one of the concerns people had, or a campground that has a lake and a beach and it's all on the campground, why do we call that public? Because the access is and if it's public, it has the most requirements. And as you go down the scale on these ponds, if it's a shared pond or a private pond, then there's less permit requirements. And so we really just said there's no need to regulate these as public resources if they're truly private.
Okay, and I assume the wetland permit issue will be coordinated with existing wetland permit rules.
Chapter 30 and those sorts of things. Yeah, the two, we can issue permits that cover both. So APM, aquatic plant management, can be integrated into the Chapter 30 permit. So there are two. Yes. But that's always been that way.
Bill.
The IPM, integrated pest management approach, seems to be something new that you're using. I'm not sure if it is entirely new or if there's a bigger emphasis on it with this plan. But I think maybe the question a lot of people have is that is the goal to reduce the use of chemicals? Is the goal to improve management of invasive species? And ultimately, will it be a more expensive approach than what they're using now?
It is, in my mind, to be more efficient and effective. So we should have better plant control if we follow it. To your first question, even in '89 on our permits, we had things like, have you looked at other control mechanisms? It was just kind of a checkbox exercise. But so that's kind of the forerunner of IPM. And I think that's really come on since '89 and it's been adopted by the department and other things. So we felt we needed to emphasize that. What we're really emphasizing, what that means in this rule is the planning and the post-treatment evaluation and, adapting and learning as you go along. Rather than just, do these treatments every year without really knowing what the outcome is for sure. I mean, we do a lot of observation and it looks good, but every year we hear from people, this is the worst year it's ever been. If we have the data, we can always say, well, it's not the worst
This is
year.
why.
Yeah, it's not, or this is why.
Yeah.
Right. Or was it really the worst year? It's, so, it's about more information. The other thing I think we really heard from people is they don't know these things are going on. I didn't know we were doing this on the lake. I didn't know we had a plan. So we've tried to increase that through the planning process by more notification, more participation in that. And to chemical use, about 90% of our permits are chemical, and they'll probably stay that way.
Carol, thank you. In the comments and answers section, it talks about comments being the proposed rule will have a negative impact on the economy, like property, blah, blah, blah. I'm not convinced what the answer was, other than that the department said no. It's not true.
Well,
So if you can embellish that a little bit, that would be great.
Right. So the comment was, because this is going to be more difficult for people, the planning and the fees, they're not going to manage. And if they don't manage, then the lakes aren't going to be as attractive, and it's going to have an effect on property values. And they cited some studies about water quality and management. And frankly, if I was putting a rule forth that was going to make lakes worse, I'd be a fool in my job. And I probably shouldn't have it. So it's not our intention. I think it's a big stretch to say management is going to end, because the planning and evaluation is going to drive less management, because about 75% of our permits already are operating under a plan and doing the management and taking advantage of our grant program. So okay, we just didn't find it very valid.
I have a whole list of questions for you, but I'll call you.
Okay, sure.
Well, Doc,
That's one quick question. So is the department concerned that there's overuse of 2,4-D going on with the plans right now? And if so, does the department reserve the right to make the call on when, where, how much, or IPM and the plan, have that? I mean, who's overseeing how much 2,4-D is getting put on some of these spots that right now it's not a free for all, but it's a lot going on. You know that. That's kind of why I think the department.
2,4-D is probably the most popular product, but there are dozens of them out there, and they're diversifying all the time, and new ones are coming on. I really think the industry is kind of moving away. That's an older tool. Maybe it's getting a little dull because it's been out there. We didn't really sound the alarm on that. We did a long-term effectiveness of herbicide study, and we focused on 2,4-D just because it was the most common. I think we're more worried about the ineffective use of it than the overuse.
So is this regulation going to make it so you can control what's put in the public waters more?
No, really, the decision-making criteria hasn't changed substantially. I think the evaluation will inform us and inform people about what we were doing and whether we needed to change the type of chemical, mix it up, or if we use too little or not enough.
So if you put IPM in farming, we have IPM scouts, that Bill knows, that they're trained, they're educated to help us make decisions on pesticides, herbicides, and such. Are there a lot of those out there for water? Are these riparian owners going to have a tough time finding somebody to put the plan together, or is the department going to provide that expertise?
People are doing it now. The plans are there, and we will be putting together some templates and guidance, as I alluded to, and having workshops on it as we go forward. So we'll provide some guidance. I'm curious on the scouts. I'm not aware of what their roles are, but maybe I can find that out.
Well, IPM, when you do IPM on your farm, you can do it yourself. A lot of us have somebody that assists us, because that's their expertise. I'm just wondering, I had some good calls from pilots that said, this is all coming on, we don't know who to talk to. And I said, well, let me just investigate it. And you answer sent it to the public. You have 2 years to really help people come up with that. But I don't think you can find an IPM scout for aquatic as easy as you can an IPM scout for cranberry, for example.
Probably the truth. I think, and making terrestrial and aquatic comparisons isn't always the best way to go. But yeah, this isn't agriculture. This is aquatic science. But I believe those people are out there.
Okay.
We have a pretty diverse industry. We have the consultants and the planners and the people who can survey plants. We have people who do harvesting. We have people who do chemical work. We have people who do hand plants. it's already quite diverse. And really that's part of IPM, right? Is breaking up your tools and using all the different tools.
I think some of the fear though, Carol, is that they gonna cost somebody to hire it. I mean, it's like unknown, like, oh my God, I gotta hire somebody to help me instead of, some volunteer putting it together. Here's what I'm doing.
Mhm.
I just wonder how it's all gonna transpose. That's the question I'll ask.
Okay.
Oh, Bill, agriculture, in order to use pesticides, have to have a license. And there's a process that you have to go through to get your license. Now, can lake property owners go grab 2,4-D without a license?
No, there's a very small amount that they're allowed to do, but I think it's 1/4 acre, and then it needs to be discharged or applied by a certified, DATCAP has a certification program for aquatic herbicide and mosquito pesticide use. So they have to go through this, what's called a level 5, I believe, certification.
So there's two levels of license for land application. One, you can get a private applicator and then commercial.
Most of these are applied,
but in both processes, there's education involved. So I just wondered, how extensive you got with that.
And that's DATCAP's role, and we work with them. They have to be applied again by a licensed herbicide applicator. The DATCAP's work with, and they do have training sessions and then testing.
So this work is primarily done with by commercial applicants.
When it comes to lakes and wetlands, certainly, or it's agency staff, or I think maybe some private ponds, folks are doing it themselves. And we have a few folks who want to just use it right off their dock and they apply for a permit. But if they treat less than an acre, I believe, or less than a 1/4 acre, they can do that without certification. So yes, you can buy this stuff off the internet.
Yeah, food farm.
And their neighbors don't have to be.
Now, if they don't have a permit, I mean,
Right.
but they do have to pull a permit. And that doesn't happen very often. Most of these are like much larger treatments and they're done professionally.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you in August. For your call.
6B. Eric Lobner, Wildlife Program Restructuring Update.
Fantastic. Chair Kazmierski, Deputy Secretary Barry, and the rest of the Natural Resources Board. Yeah, I'm here today to provide you a quick update on our wildlife management restructuring that we're working on. As the old saying goes, the only thing that is constant in life is change. And I think that really rings true with the Wisconsin DNR's wildlife management program. It has been a decade or more of change and adaptation. As we look at the things that we have, there we go. We have the things that have been happening over the last decade. In 2014, we implemented the Deer Trustee Report. We had our strategic alignment in 2017, and then in 2019, the program ultimately implemented or completed our strategic planning process. And so many of the ways I look at this strategic or this workload that we're dealing with right now, this program review, is really how we're implementing our strategic plan. So what we did during that process is that we focused a lot of time and energy on the external forces that were facing conservation here in Wisconsin. So we looked at the political, the economic, the social, the technological, the environmental, and the legal aspects impacting conservation here in the state. We looked at our staffing levels and how staff are spending their time and their energy. We worked with our conservation groups and ultimately the general public to come up with our strategic plan that looked at really expanding our planning and our prioritization processes for species and habitat management plans. One of the things that came up earlier today was our focus on implementing those species management plans and specifically addressing the habitat that is out there for those species. And our strategic plan puts greater focus and energy into the habitat management components to ultimately make those plans come alive and actually get implemented. We also wanted to build a closer connection between the species groups and the species specialists and the individuals and groups that work closely on those species. So frequently we have heard over time, we have our wildlife staff here in central office, and there have been comments we've heard. There is a level of disconnect And in some situations, I could say that is true. Others, I would say, yeah, they work very closely, but I'll talk a little bit more about that here in just a little bit, how we're building those connections a little bit more strongly. We also want to increase our connections with the partner groups and the public that to do the work on the properties that we manage. So you heard a little bit earlier about the Adopt a Wildlife Area program, a great opportunity to bring in your general public as well as your conservation and non-conservation groups into doing habitat work on those properties, as well as expanding on our citizen science opportunities where we involve groups, individuals and groups to do surveys that we have for wildlife, whether it's right now we have a very robust program for wolf monitoring, as well as a variety of other species, and we want to continue to expand those and involve the public in the work that we do. Over the same time, we've been seeing a general increasing workload for the program, but yet reducing staff. So specifically, I mentioned earlier the implementation of the Deer Trustee Report in 2014. A lot of great opportunities in that plan. One of the things that really expanded our opportunities to work with private landowners was the Deer Management Assistance Program. When that program started back in 2014, we had about 153 private landowners or cooperatives, groups of landowners that we were working with. In 2020, we had 705. This last year, we had another 135 private landowners or cooperatives that enrolled in the program. So when you do that math, that's up to 830 different cooperatives that we work with on a statewide scale, or a 361% increase. In addition to that, during the strategic alignment, previously the wildlife management program largely managed 650,000 acres of public land, predominantly in our wildlife areas across the state. With the strategic alignment, the wildlife management program took on the habitat management responsibilities on our state parks and our fisheries lands on a statewide basis, which was about 300,000 additional acres. We didn't make any changes at the time that we made the change or added the additional acreage. This strategic or this approach that we're taking now will increase our capacity to better manage that public land and provide policy and direction across the board. The other big 800-pound gorilla in the room has been CWD management. Back in 2015, and I'll recognize that was not at the start of our discovery of CWD here in the state. That was 2002, I'm sorry. But in 2015, we had about 4,400 hours committed to CWD management. I did just want to acknowledge that was also around the same time that we switched our budgeting systems, and we may have lost some data, but the point is it was much less than what it is now. This last year, we had about 37,000 hours committed to CWD management. And at the same time, we had 25, since 2015, we had 25 new CWD affected counties that we've been dealing with. And so there's added workload there, whether you're talking about, setting up kiosks or dumpsters, or you're working more closely with the individual landowners in that area to just better understand CWD and the implications of CWD management. And then talking about staffing, since 2011, we've seen just generally declines in the number of state employees, specifically within the wildlife management program, but I would say generally across the board as well. There's been, back in 2011, we had about 159 and a half FTEs. We're now down to about 148 staff that we have within the program. So ultimately, we've been seeing an increase in workload in certain areas and then a decrease in the number of staff that are there to manage that workload. So some of the things that this new structure approach will help us do is better align our similar functions, specifically within our sections, within our central office, to better handle the workload. So ultimately increase our efficiencies. Our species management activities, such as setting season structures, quota development, development of management plans, will all be aligned within a section to have similar workload and more closely work on similar issues. It separates the workload. In some of our situations, we had supervisors that were also frontline staff. So they're supervising, let's just say 5 staff, but then they would also be a frontline person for a particular function. That was most readily apparent in our Deer Management Assistance Program, where our section supervisor supervised the staff in the big game section, but then also was in charge of leading our Deer Management Assistance Program. And so that can be a challenge when you're working at those 2 different levels and scales and where your focus and attention can be. So this effort will separate that workload out, where allow our supervisors to be more readily supervisors and allow our staff to more readily focus in on the work that they have facing them. We also have some expanded availability or staffing solutions to alleviate the workload strains and support the service offerings provided by the program or expected from the program. Previous staffing reductions eliminated our CWD biologist a number of years ago, and that position, or that workload, I should say, was combined with our wildlife rehabilitation and captive wildlife specialist. So we've been seeing increases, and I'll get into that here in just a little bit, both in CWD, which I've already mentioned, as well as this focus on this focus of an individual animal that we've been seeing with society. Historically, the program focused on population level management activities, but more and more we are seeing a stronger interest by the general public in what happens with an individual animal. And that's just been changing over time. But that has resulted in an increased workload coming to the program as we are responsible for certifying the wildlife rehabilitation specialists across the state. We're also going to be looking at shifting the number of direct reports for the program supervisor, which is currently myself, in order to provide greater opportunity and vision, provide the director to have greater opportunity for vision and looking further down the road and to address issues as they're on the horizon. Currently, 6 reports to myself, and then trying to have that vision is a bit challenging. And so this opportunity shifts that a little bit and provides better opportunities for the program director to focus into the future. So I'm not going to go into all of the individual details, but I'll just cover a couple, one of the sections, just kind of show how we're handling it. So you can see here's an org chart of the wildlife management program as it currently exists. You can see those boxes there that we have identified in green. Ultimately, those are all of our species specialists, our migratory game bird, our upland game, and our wildlife surveys person. That person does basically manages all of our surveys on a statewide scale for all of our species specialists. And we had they were in one section, you can see on the right-hand side. Then in the middle, we had in the big game section, we had our deer specialist, our large carnivore specialist, and our fur bearer specialist. And then thirdly, in the wildlife health section, we had our animal damage specialist. And so again, our animal damage specialist deals with damage for species such as bear, deer, turkeys, elk, sandhill cranes. But yet, although the species specialists that handle those species, they were in a different section from where that individual is handled. And so what this approach does is it ultimately aligns all of those actions into one section. So if you're dealing with, primarily the hunting seasons, that's going to be in our we're calling our species section. And then you also have our damage specialist, our survey specialist. And then we're also moving the rules and regulations specialist that previously reported to the program director or myself. That person primarily what they do is set the rule, seasons, season structure, seasons framework in emergency rule processes or administrative rule processes. I apologize. So they'll all be in that one section. Ultimately, we're calling it our species section, but it's basically everything associated with our hunting seasons will now be in one section. One of the other things that we're doing as part of this, our migratory game bird specialist, Taylor Finger, he previously handled migratory game birds. One of the things that we're doing is in order to repurpose our upland position, we are reassigning a number of the workload of that position. So currently Taylor, as the migratory game bird specialist, we're changing the name of his position to a game bird specialist, and he will take on turkey and pheasant management as well as migratory game bird. We're also looking at then when our previous upland specialist left, we transitioned sharp-tailed grouse management out to the wildlife biologist that works in that landscape, the Northwest Barrens landscape. And so that was a bit of a test. Taylor, the previous upland specialist has been gone almost a year or a little over a year now. And ultimately what we found is that it works very well to have that individual working in the landscape where a species that is more isolated and it's not a statewide species, it's really in a given area. Having that person be that primary point of contact increases our ability to have a solid understanding of what's happening with that species, as well as further connecting with the groups and the properties where that species is dependent. In addition, we want to transition our prairie chicken oversight rather than having our upland specialist down here in central office. So I should add, our upland specialist previously handled prairie chickens, sharp-tailed grouse, ruffed grouse, turkeys, and pheasant, and was our farm bill person. And so they had 5 species as well as doing farm bill work. Some of those species were more than 5 hours away from where that position or that individual is stationed. So what we're going to do is transition our prairie chicken oversight to Lisa Kardash, who is our biologist within Portage and Wood County, where the predominant prairie chicken population is. She'll take on that workload. We'll switch some other things that are on her plate, move that off so that she can focus more time and energy there. I'll call it specialization is kind of the key term there. We also want to look at assigning an individual to handle rough grouse oversight, specifically within our staffing plan, which our staffing plan identifies a variety of different approaches. It doesn't necessarily right now have the solution, but it identifies what the needs are. One of those needs is identifying a forest wildlife specialist. And so a forest wildlife specialist would be stationed again up in probably Rhinelander area, somewhere in the north. And that position would take on rough grouse management. It also function as a liaison to the County Forest Association and our county forests on a larger, broader landscape, our Young Forest Partnership, as well as working more closely with the national forests so that we can focus more time and energy in specifically on the habitat management necessary for a variety of species, including rough grouse. And then lastly, we're going to be assigning our farm bill management to our conservation ag specialist. They'll take on conservation ag work as well as farm bill. It's a logical connection because a lot of the work that occurs there is associated with our farm bill, as well as obviously the grazing and management of our DNR managed lands. When I talk about that forest wildlife specialist, yeah, I should hop ahead. So as you look there in the center, let's see how to, yeah, oh, there we are. This position right here in the center, that's our forest wildlife specialist. And that position, as I mentioned earlier, would be our rough grouse specialist and be a liaison to the county forests and U.S. Forest Service lands. One of the things that we've heard from County Forest Association previously was that they don't have a liaison for wildlife management issues. And approximately 85% of their visitors come to their properties for wildlife management purposes. And they don't have a connection with a wildlife biologist other than our local county wildlife biologists when they're available. And so some of the things that we were looking at doing there is creating that position so we can enhance that habitat management work for wildlife populations. Because the county forests, as you look at it on a statewide scale, there's about 2 million acres of public land there. And so there's great opportunities for wildlife appreciation, including hunting and bird watching. In addition, looking on the right-hand column there, I also wanted to draw attention to the Deer Management Assistance Program. One of the big changes that we're making there is we wanted to repurpose a position that's that top position in on the, like I said, the group of 2 columns there on the right. That position, we're going to repurpose a position that was originally identified to help support the Bureau Director. That position would become our Deer Management Assistance Program Coordinator. And then we're going to be aligning all of our Deer Management Assistance specialists into the section that is there within that team. What we had previously is we had a number of staff. Again, they were spread over a variety of different reports. Historically, when we developed the Deer Management Assistance Program, we had our 3 staff specialists, DMAP specialists, as well as each one of our individual wildlife biologists, approximately 45-ish wildlife biologists on a statewide scale that handled the Deer Management Assistance Program. Some of the challenges that we saw there is that you'd have an individual wildlife biologist that may have anywhere from, I'll say, 20 to 75,000 acres of public land to manage. And then every year, every 3rd year, every 4th year, they may get a DMAP cooperative to work with. And so their knowledge and understanding of the program maybe just wasn't as solid as what you had when you had individuals working on that program. They also had to relearn the system time and time again. And then, you know, you'd have 75,000 acres of public land that you're managing, and then you have a kind of off on the side, you have a DMAP cooperative, whether it was 120 acres or several thousand acres. And so the service delivery was not consistent across the state. And so by aligning all of that workload within those 4 specialists there, creating a coordinator by repurposing an existing position, and then having those 3 staff people work exclusively on DMAP, I'm confident that we're going to be able to reduce our training demands and improve our service delivery for that program. We did evaluate on a statewide scale. It was about 6,000 hours of time dedicated to the Deer Management Assistance Program. And so when you look at an average employee that has about 2,000 hours, a little bit more hours on an annual basis, and you subtract out the time that they spend doing timesheets, truck books, and their leave time, that leaves you some capacity there yet to continue to build that program. However, I will also add, we are looking to add contract employees as well to make sure that our service delivery there is very effective and efficient. Right now, all of those positions will be spread across the state. We have one up in the north, one in the south, east, and west. And then I'll have contract employees to adjust that workload specifically within those areas where we have the highest demand. One of the tenets of the Deer Management Assistance Program was to maintain that connection between the local wildlife biologists and the private landowners in that area. And how we're going to continue to maintain that is we're building our deer team to make sure that those, first of all, they're all meeting on a regular basis, on a weekly basis, connecting on issues, because again, they're spread across the state. And they're connecting with our deer specialists to make sure that all of that information is being conveyed. And then where appropriate, they're going to be bringing in the local wildlife biologist if necessary to help address any sort of localized issues. And then lastly, we are creating a habitat specialist. That's that second position in that third or that column on the right. That position will be taking on our WISFERS program, which is basically a program that we have, forestry developed it. And what it is it helps us track our management activities that occur for all habitat types. Historically, it was just forestry. Now it will be all habitat types. And they will also, one of the other primary responsibilities will be for that person to take and develop a statewide habitat management plan and really work to develop the metrics associated with all of these different objectives so that we can really closely track all of the habitat management work and the objectives that we've identified. And so we've got a bit of work there to do. That position, like I said, we're repurposing the upland specialist position to do that workload. The other two positions that you see there identified in blue, those two positions currently do not exist. They're part of our staffing plan and our evaluation as we work through, all right, we're making a number of changes. How is that change going to impact our capacity? And then when we've evaluated that, we'll be taking another look at, okay, can we create those positions from within by repurposing existing, or do we need to do additional contracting? Lastly, some of the changes that we're looking at making to help provide additional capacity is that we really want to engage, or will be engaging in a discussion with our conservation partners regarding turkey, pheasant, and waterfowl stamp applications, and ultimately creating one process. For those folks that may be unfamiliar with that, there is currently 3 application processes that a conservation partner needs to go through in order to apply for turkey, waterfowl, and pheasant stamp dollars. We want to try to figure out a way, work with those groups to consolidate that down to one process, simplify, potentially if possible, even the team, to really have great representation of all of our partner groups as we allocate out those funds. The other thing that we're looking at doing, we want to transition, and I know Taylor had shared this with all of you previously, so I won't go into a lot of detail, transition the annual waterfowl emergency rule process into once every 5 years. That will save us, as Taylor puts it, hundreds of hours a year in the work that we're doing. We want to be able to, that will provide Taylor some additional opportunity to take on turkey and pheasant, and conceivably even work more closely with our conservation groups. And then lastly, we're looking at, we have implemented our wildlife, what we call our wildlife switchboard. So basically how that works is there's a phone number for your county wildlife biologist. That call, when it comes into that number, it goes into what we call the switchboard. All that really is a system that takes that voicemail message, converts it to a text. I'm sorry, to a email. That email then goes into a box, and we have a group of staff that are working on it, because what we found is somewhere between 65 to 70% of the calls that come in don't necessarily require an individual wildlife biologist to handle. So those are the types of things like, I've got a woodchuck that's digging along my foundation. I've got a coon under my porch. Heck, we get a lot of, I saw a coyote kinds of calls, or a woodpecker on my siding. Those are calls that can be handled. First of all, they can be handled more quickly because the wildlife biologists in certain areas, they don't have cell phone reception. And when those calls come in, especially if they're coming to their office and they're working directly out in the field, there can be a lag, or the expectation would be they got to go back to the office every day, at the end of the day, to just handle phone calls. And so what we've been seeing is there's a significant increase in our response rate, as well as a significant reduction in the work for those individual biologists to return those calls. Our local wildlife biologists are still available for phone calls, and still, as there's specific needs, those calls get transferred to those staff to handle. So timeline, real quickly, right now we're working to implement the organizational changes as well as our budgetary adjustments. We just Friday announced the hiring. We had 3 section supervisor positions that were vacant in our central office. We have filled one of those positions. That person will be starting in August 1st. We just announced recruitment for those other 2 positions, the section supervisor and the lands and habitat section supervisor, on Friday. And so we're hoping to have those positions filled as quickly as we can. And we're making PD changes during our performance review process right now through I think the deadline is right around, I want to say September 1st. That's August 1st is when we're going to be doing that work. July 1st is when we'll make the transition. So this year, all of our county biologists are continuing to do the DMAP workload. Next year is when we'll flip that switch and have our 4 DMAP specialists. We'll have them all on board. We have currently 3 of those positions filled right now, and we'll be hoping to recruit for that position as soon as we get some capacity after we fill our section supervisors. And then by this time next year, we'll have a plan laid out of how we're going to deal with that deer herd health specialist and the forest wildlife specialist. So with that, open it up to any questions that folks might have.
Any questions? Marcy?
Just overall, is there going to be a tracking of whether this puts more people in the field doing that hands-on type of work?
Absolutely. I can tell you from the quick numbers game, definitely it is, because we're moving a lot. We're moving some of those positions and duties out into the field and drawing a stronger connection. The things that we're working on as part of our staffing plan is how do we look at those metrics? Like how do you gauge and evaluate a further connection with your public, with your audience? That's when we're working to figure out, okay, how do we gauge that? How do we evaluate that? And those are the things that are a part of our staffing plan. But that is the goal.
Hopefully, yeah. Hopefully
That's the goal.
The habitat and
Yep.
the actual resources
Yep.
are part of that.
One of the clear things I think we'll be able to look at is acres of habitat management accomplished. Now, we don't have a lot of data if you go real far back and look to see exactly how many acres we did, but we can look at, currently, here's what we're doing, and ultimately we want to see that continue to increase.
Bill?
You and I have visited about this at some length in the past, but you're painting a picture here, and I'm seeing you're in charge of wildlife for the entire state. And how much of that property do you have direct control over?
Well, 650.
I'm talking ownership.
Yeah, so there is 650,000 acres of wildlife areas. There's about another, just under 300,000 acres of state parks and fisheries lands. So right around 1 million acres is what we manage the habitat for. For the wildlife areas, we work real closely with parks. They do the Parks and Rec management. They do the parking lots, the infrastructure, that kind of stuff.
Well, farmers control and manage about 16 or 17 million acres in the state. And a lot of it has wildlife on it.
Right.
And it just seems to me like what I know of farmers, they have no clue what the DNR is up to and what they're all about. Seems like the only time they see them is when they do something wrong. Is there a place in your plan, in your budget to figure out how to work more closely with landowners in habitat management.
Yep.
We had that discussion just this morning on how critical grazing is to the success of the prairie chicken.
Right.
And that doesn't happen without communication.
Yep.
So.
Yep, great question, Bill. And we should talk further about how we can further expand that. Some of the things that we're currently doing is this Deer Management Assistance Program is a great opportunity. We want to expand that program offering to not only those cooperatives and those private landowners, but how can we maybe develop materials that is at the disposal of those private landowners to tap into, and even if it's just videos to watch, what are the things that you can do? We've got this, and this is a rather long-standing agreement that we have with Pheasants Forever. We pay a portion of the farm bill biologists. They have, I believe there's 9 farm bill biologists now around the state that work closely with private landowners, predominantly farmers, to do habitat management, to enroll in farm bill programs. We've also entered into an agreement with the Rough Grouse Society. Rough Grouse Society has 2 farm bill biologists as well. We direct. Earlier, there was a conversation about PR funds. Well, that's where some of that money goes. So we direct it towards those avenues. And we want to look at expanding that, as well as, like I said, our own program offerings, recognizing what capacity we have is basically a limitation for us. But definitely, I think there's opportunities there. The agency as a whole, well beyond wildlife, is doing a lot of great work with the producer-led watershed initiatives, again, outside of my area. And I'd have other folks comment on that.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Secretaries matters. Sarah.
All right. First, I would like to recognize some retirements. The first is Kevin L. Fine, Parks and Recreation, 32 years. Thank you for your service. Paul M. Leeser, Public Safety and Resource Protection, 27 years. And William C. Zwolnek, SCR Administration, 20 years. Thank you, all 3 of you, for your service to this agency.
So moved. Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay, I don't think there are any questions on real estate transactions. So next, Sandy, please come to the podium for your report.
Well, good afternoon, Sandy Noss from that county. That is a big discussion item today and other days from Bayfield County. As you know, I was appointed to represent Northern Wisconsin in April 2021 to the NRB. I'm just awaiting a Senate confirmation hearing along with Sharon. I want to thank you for letting me have time today, Deputy Secretary, excuse me, and appreciate being able to share some things that are happening, things that I've been involved in. I'm going to keep this fairly brief today. So I'll just get right to it. There are about 3 things I want to cover. I did visit the state hatchery just south of Bayfield, partners fishing event, and then finally some events celebrating water in far northern Wisconsin. So I'll start off with Les Voigt Fish Hatchery. I was able to take some students there this past, just after the board meeting in May, and we had a tour. I've been there many, many times, but was able to bring new students there, and it's really a great opportunity to meet with professionals with the hatchery and to see the fish were actually being moved that day for stocking. So it was an awesome opportunity to see what they do and how fast you have to move to do it, because they were moving pretty fast. So the hatchery raises fish for Lake Michigan and other inland lakes in northwest Wisconsin. We toured the original brownstone hatchery building. Brownstone's a special stone that's found in that area, and I understand we'll be going to that area in September. So if you haven't been there before, you'll get to see some of that. The hatchery building was the original hatchery building was built in 1897. It's an awesome building to see, and then just to look at the history and that it's still being used today to raise walleye that are bound for inland lakes in northern Wisconsin. And I encourage you, anytime that you get to stop there, that you should definitely do that. There's some good ghost stories too if you talk to the hatchery manager. So encourage that for sure. I also attended the Partners Fishing event at Lac du Flambeau last week, I believe that was. It was a great opportunity to spend time with some colleagues from different organizations and to discuss resource issues that are common to all of us, all while fishing, which was really, really great. I had an awesome guide and fishing partner who was actually the wild rice biologist for Lac du Flambeau, and had a lot of good discussions about the wild rice and the state of that. I encourage every NRB member next year, go. It's really a very unique opportunity. It's very and fun, and to get to know people in a different way. Several events celebrating water are on the horizon up where I live. Communities United by Water is this Saturday, June 25th at Bayview Park in Ashland. June 24th, Wisconsin Green Fire is going to be hosting an event to a driving tour actually on the Enbridge Line 5 reroute, starting in Iron County. So that's I think something that would give you a really good visual of what this line is going to look like as it reroutes around the Bad River Reservation, and is an opportunity to ask questions too of some pretty knowledgeable people. And then July 17th is Lake Superior Day with activities held at the Lake Superior National Estuarine Research Reserve in Superior. That is a mouthful, but it's a really great organization. They do a lot of education and research looking at specific Lake Superior issues and the estuarine areas right along Lake Superior. So it's will be a great event. Finally, an Ojibwe saying, good water, good life is true for all of us. A little over a year ago, Ag Review had a similar headline, which really got me thinking that this is something we can all agree on. So I hope you get the opportunity to honor and enjoy our abundant water resources this summer. And thanks for your time.
Thanks so much, Sandy. Much appreciated. We don't have a planning status update today. The next thing on the agenda is an update on the PFAS guidelines. As you may all have seen, EPA came out with some new interim guidelines last week. So Gail's going to give a very brief update on what that is about.
Good afternoon, Chair Kazmierski, Deputy Secretary Barry, and members of the Natural Resources Board. As stated, my name is Gail Good. I'm the Acting Administrator for the Environmental Management Division, and I'm glad to be with you today to share some information about some EPA announcements regarding PFAS that you may have seen in the news last week. I'd like to share with you what EPA's announcements mean in Wisconsin at this time. Right. As part of EPA's ongoing work to implement their PFAS strategic roadmap and address PFAS at a national level, the EPA made two announcements on Wednesday, June 15th. The first addressed new and updated health advisory levels for 4 PFAS. And the second noted the availability of $5 billion in funding to states and territories to address emerging contaminants. So regarding the funding announcement, we have been working with EPA here to implement the bipartisan infrastructure law. We will continue to work out the logistics of this funding announcement with EPA. So I'll focus here today on the health advisory levels that EPA announced and what that means for Wisconsin. So as I mentioned, on June 15th, EPA announced new and updated health advisory levels for the 4 PFAS compounds noted in this slide. So for PFOA, 0.004 parts per trillion, for PFOS, 0.02 parts per trillion, for PFBS, 2,000 parts per trillion, and for Gen X, 10 parts per trillion. So DNR is coordinating with DHS to look closely at EPA's announcement regarding these levels. And while we are working on that, we will also be working on implementation of our drinking water rule and looking toward what EPA will say about their intended regulatory levels that they're expected to announce later this year. So to be more specific about what this all means for Wisconsin, on June 15th, the legislative review period for the Wisconsin drinking water quality rules concluded. And following administrative code processes, the drinking water quality rule was then signed, certified, and submitted to the Legislative Reference Bureau for publication in the Wisconsin Administrative Register. That'll happen in late July, and the rule will go into effect on the first of the month after that publication, or August 1st. The Wisconsin Public Drinking Water Rule is a maximum contaminant level or regulatory value. So when the drinking water quality rule goes into effect, there are PFOS and PFOA monitoring requirements included in the rule that are phased in based on the size of public water systems. So for systems serving more than 50,000 people, those sampling requirements will begin 4 months after the rule is effective. And for other systems of other sizes, that sampling must begin within 7 to 10 months. If PFOS or PFOA were found at levels above 70 parts per trillion, that drinking water quality rule, the department would work with the system to set up a corrective action schedule to reduce the levels to below 70 parts per trillion. EPA has also noted in their PFAS roadmap that they intend to propose a national drinking water regulation for PFOS and PFOA for publication at the end of this year. This will initiate a public review and comment period, and EPA anticipates finalizing their rule by the end of 2023. That proposal, again, will include a maximum contaminant level, an MCL, which is a regulatory level that is the highest level of contaminant that is allowed in drinking water. And it considers also cost and the most feasible, best available treatment technology. So as I noted earlier, the revised EPA health advisory levels that were announced on June 15th will be reviewed by DNR and DHS. At this time, we'll continue to use the state health advisory level as well as the state hazard index for public notification purposes as we move toward implementation of our state regulatory drinking water rule, while of course reviewing what EPA will propose later this year for their maximum contaminant level. So thank you for letting me share this information with you today. And I welcome your questions regarding this recent EPA announcement and what it means for our state. Thank you.
Any questions? Marcy.
Have we seen more testing? Have the municipalities been doing more testing? And
Yeah, we had about, at this point, about 130 municipalities sign up under the voluntary sampling work. About half of that sampling has been done. And we have results back, I think, for about 50 systems at this point. So yes.
Thank you.
Thanks, Gail.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gail. Okay, the next item is just for information about the September NRB meeting. This is my typo. It should say Bayfield County. We're doing it in Bayfield County. The meeting itself is going to be in Ashland, and James Yock, our Secretary's Director, is working on coming up with some tour options for everybody. So I will stay in touch with all of you about that. And then October is going to be in the Northeast region, and Jean Rombeck Bartles, our Secretary's Director in that area, is working on coming up with a more specific plan for that. So some of that isn't finalized yet.
That's gonna be great.
Yes, and Terry's been involved.
Terry's gonna host. Okay, but August, we're here.
We're here.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay,
I have no more items.
thank you, Sarah. All right. Board members matters. Bill Bruins.
Just to follow up on my request from last month, the wolf count, it did happen, and that number will be available in August for the board.
Yep.
All right. Sharon, do you have anything?
Yes, I have a hometown report to share with you. We've been talking about thousands of acres of land, but there is one state park, Havenwood, in Milwaukee. It's the only urban forest. And the acreage is 275 acres. So it's small, but it's so important to our community. And Havenwood is hosting a summit with many collaboratives, and our own Secretary Cole will be there this Saturday, and I will be on one of the panels. So think Havenwood, think that it is trees and ponds, and we'll be finding the wild animals that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Terry.
Yes, I have two items, Mr. Chair. One is I'd like to request staff to put together a criteria for CDACs to consider in recommending any changes in subdividing a county into more than one unit. And number two, establishing additional opportunities for hunters to apply for antlerless tags other than Monday morning at 10 o'clock. If you can't sit at a computer at 10 o'clock on Monday morning, you're out of luck. So I think we should be able to come up with a better system than what that is. Might be a lottery, might be the good old days where you had to send in and make a request and then you found out if you got one or not. But to force hunters to be available at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning on a computer is unrealistic, and it's not really serving our customers.
Okay, Marcy.
Okay, first, I just have had some tremendous opportunities to visit locations. Some things overlap with my job and other things just from where I get to roam. So the Elroy Sparta Trail reopening was fabulous. Got to have a tour of the fish hatchery and schooner at Tommy G. Thompson Fish Hatchery and Schooner last Friday. And just a couple of state parks that I just popped in on. Just compliments to our crew out in the field, the fish hatchery tour guide, and everybody we run into, they just do such a good job, and I hope that they get complimented enough because they're serving the constituents directly. So please pass that on. With that said, I've been on for over 2 years now, and I would love a check-in on our state parks staffing. They've been through the pandemic, and they've dealt with a lot, and just wondering how we're doing on staffing and funding and the overall numbers in parks and things like that for a future agenda. When we talk about agendas.
Yeah, report to the board would be great.
Bill.
Brace yourself. I have a few crumbs left from my discussion about deer with CDAC chairman. One of them is just an endorsement of what Terry has asked for, and that is some parameters to consider subunits within a county. I don't expect this will be applicable in many places, but I do have a couple counties in the north that continue to be interested in at least having the discussion and considering whether or not a subunit will be appropriate for management. And the other comment I got from them is, again, something that I think we're all in agreement on, that the big challenge with deer in the north is deer on private land, and how to be able to influence the management of that in a positive way. We have counties that have authorized permits at a level that are not taken up. They have many permits on the shelf for private lands, and at least in the short term have exceeded their ability to apply harvest pressure on the deer population in those private lands. And to me, that's something I think we need to watch, because the more permits they put out there, the less success they have, because they're oversubscribing them, and then that affects the formulas and the calculations, and things start moving farther and farther away from reality. I don't want to extend the discussion on that, but it was just a couple of key points that I promised to convey to the board in our CDAC recommendation discussion, and I didn't really have the opportunity to go into that. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
I just want to mirror the CDAC. If you guys are going to open up CDAC in any capacity, when you meet on Tuesday or whatever, and come to the board. I think this board needs a frank discussion and open about the process. Bayfield continues to be a problem every year, and I just don't understand it. I don't know whether it's the training, the leadership, or what's going on up there, but this should not be difficult. This should not be difficult. It should be a template for every county that follows the same template every year. And it's not. It's always something going on. And I bet Jeff, if he's even here anymore, he's probably going, oh my God, we got CDAC coming up because it's going to get all, I mean, how many hours have we spent today on CDAC? And it's not necessary, folks. It depends on who's training who and who's leading what in what county. Bayfield's a pain. Every year it's a pain. So I'm not sure how it all got off track up there, but it's off track. And when you discuss what to do with CDAC and how you bring it back to the board for our input and guidance as policymakers, I hope that we put in place some way where SAKs aren't used, they're not supposed to be used, Cass. Some do, some don't. Some have matrices for all, some don't. It's just like put in place a checklist with CDAC that they can follow, an idiot can follow to come up with a number and simplify it. This was enlightening today. Gotta be a PhD almost to follow that sometimes, especially the last couple pages we didn't even get into. It's overcomplicated. And so I hope my board matters is when you guys discuss how to bring CDAC back to us for discussions amongst this board, whether to open up, a scope statement or not, I don't know, or can we tweak existing CDAC under the existing criteria without opening up? But I want to fix this. It's got to be fixed. It just takes up way too much of this board's time. And department's time, probably, and the public's time.
That was a great lead in for my members matters. So in our discussions, Bill and I's discussions with Preston, he has committed to allowing us to work with department staff, CDAC oversight committee, and let's get at the root of some of these problems. Let's look at simplification. He's coined the phrase 2.0, CDAX 2.0. And now Bill and I did this exercise once before, went to numerous meetings on it. Unfortunately, at that point in time, many of the recommendations that came from CDAC chairs that were on that committee and stuff never really got implemented or put in place. So let's hope we can just blame that on COVID. It's not like everything else, but there is a commitment from Preston and definitely a commitment from this board to get this situation cleaned out. Even getting this data off of the website, that's the most cumbersome website in the world to deal with.
90% of people, Kaz, wouldn't even
I know.
go to that extent.
I know.
They show up to give their volunteer time and there's like, it should be a template, this, then this, then this, then go.
Yep. So I think we're gonna get some movement in that. We'll discuss it again further at the wrap-up meeting for the next agenda. But I have told Secretary Cole that I'd like to bring Dr. Kroll in via Zoom possibly for the August meeting and have him give an assessment and wrap up of how he thinks that things have been going and where he sees some problems, because he is watching it close too. So, and we still need to keep working on the forestry metrics and the herd health metrics that are not completed yet. So on that.
Oh, could I just say one more thing about?
Sure, yeah.
I don't think we want to overlook the fact that the vast majority of the CDACs, it's working.
Yeah.
It's working. So I think it behooves us to try to understand why it's working most of the time. And in certain situations, it's not. There must be something different that's going on. So I think, yes, on the table, everything. And one entity that has not been mentioned is Conservation Congress. I think they're as interested in getting this fixed as anybody. So I don't think we should bypass them in the process.
I would agree with you there. And as a matter of fact, if you look from the 50,000-foot level, where we are managing our deer herd on a statewide basis, it's been totally successful. And there were people that said we couldn't, there wasn't enough tools, all that type of thing, but it's actually been successful. But maintaining that current population of deer that we have in the state also requires that we don't get this disparity between public and private land. And you brought up the private land problem with, well, the deer are all on private land. Well, who's to say there's too many deer on that private land in those northern counties? If you look at the surveys, they don't even believe there's too many deer. So what we've been doing over time is slowly eroding that deer herd on the public land. The private land is being managed by private landowners and they're deciding, hey, I'm not going to kill any more does. I have the right amount of deer on my private land. So that is the issue. It's not getting private.
Let's discuss it when we have it posted.
Right.
We're doing stuff now. I think we
Right.
should post it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So those are the problems that we're hoping to tackle here with this 2.0. And we are going to get a meeting scheduled right away with the different entities and start moving forward on it. So I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Sharon brings in the final.
All right. Motion carries. This meeting is adjourned.
Travel safe, everybody have some fun this summer.